of Fox Sports.
We are Baltimore. We are St. Louis.
This is St. Louis Cardinals baseball. Tonight from Busch Stadium in St. Louis, game number 2 of this 4-game series between the Chicago Cubs and the St. Louis Cardinals. Last night, game 1, all Northsiders as they came out swinging. Mike Alt, opposite field home run early on. Then it was Junior Lake. That was off of Tyler Lyons. It got ugly for St. Louis, so much so in the 9th inning, Daniel Descalso got the final out, a position player in the top of the 9th. So say goodbye to game number 1. It's game number 2 here tonight. That's the Mad Hungarian Al Raboski. My name is Dan McLaughlin. Now, you had game number 1, which did have some bad effects leading into game number 2 because the Cardinals have had to make some roster moves.
Well, they needed some healthy arms, and that was apparent. You know, Randy showed through 35 pitches, so you needed another lefty. So Sam Freeman, he gets his first shot at the big leagues here in 2014. And Rondon came up earlier but didn't make an appearance. He probably will this time.
And when we come back, it's a look at Adam Wainwright. Waino getting the start for St. Louis. There's no doubt about it. He is the ace of the staff and tries to turn things around for the Cardinals. That's next. of his 6 wins this season for Adam Wainwright have come after a team loss. Cardinals lose game 1 of this 4-game set last night. They'll turn to Wainwright here in game number 2. And for whatever reason, it's been up and down at times for Wainwright against the Chicago Cubs. 1-1 in his 2 starts this season. Overall in his career, 9-7 with an ERA that's over 4. It's Wainwright tonight. A look at the Cubs and Cardinals next. You start with distance. Between Chicago and St. Louis, 297 miles of rich Midwestern soil. Cardinals fans can easily find seats in the friendly confines, and Cubs fans can comfortably sprinkle the sea of red with their Cubby blue. As much as this rivalry is fueled by geography, personalities have always played an important role, both on the field and off of it. From McGuire to Sosa, from Sandberg to Suter, from Tony to Dusty, from Wrigleyville to Ballpark Village, from Cubs patience to Redbird pennants, from the Chicago wind to the St. Louis winds. The rivalry between the Cubs and Cardinals is about tradition, and as always, about tonight's game. First pitch coming up next on Fox Sports Midwest. Cardinals baseball on Fox Sports Midwest is brought to you by Budweiser. Designated driver and enjoy the great times. It's Chevy Truck Month. Visit your Mid-America Chevy dealers to take advantage of Truck Month offers on the all-new Chevy Silverado. And by Menards, save big money at Menards on all your home improvement needs. Jim Hayes is here. The Mad Hungarian Al Hrabosky. My name is Dan McLaughlin. Over 40,000 expected. What is a chilly evening here in the Gateway City. Live look at Adam Wainwright sprinting to toe the rubber and make this start for the St. Louis Cardinals. Wainwright trying to pick up win number 7 here tonight.
Be the first National League winner in 7 games.
Our key starter, Adam Wainwright, the ERA just over 2, 58 innings. He's among the league leaders in innings and in strikeouts. Hasn't given up many home runs and has been very good again this year.
Well, and he has been the definition of an ace. He did win on opening day, so that was win number 1. His 5 other wins have come after a Cardinal loss. So he is the right man for today. Now, he has, for whatever reason, he struggled against the Cubs this season. 1-1, ERA high at 7.50, and he's just 3-6 lifetime against the Cubs right here. And that's surprising because he has won more games here at Busch Stadium 3 than any other pitcher.
He took a loss earlier this season at Wrigley Field, his first ever at Wrigley, 6-1 there, and has been up and down here at Busch Stadium against the Chicago Cubs. Emilio Bonifacio, big night for the switch hitter in game 1, scored 4 runs. He'll lead it off, their center fielder. Luis Valbuena, Anthony Rizzo, Starlin Castro, Nate Schierholtz, Wellington Castillo, Junior Lake speaking big nights. He had 6 RBIs. Darwin Barney and Jake Arrieta, the pitcher, batting 9th. Bonifacio hopping to the plate, and away we go. Let's take a look at the Cardinals defense with Matt Holliday, Peter Borges, and Alan Craig in the outfield. This is brought to you by Dobbs as we go around the horn. It's Carpenter, Peralta, Ellis, and Adams along the infield. Yachty is behind the plate. The first 23 games, 20 errors committed by the Cardinals. The last 16, only 2 errors committed by St. Louis, as that is improved. And here we go on a cold night here in St. Louis. First pitch taken for a strike, and we're underway in game number 2. Bonifacio, a switch hitter, no home runs, but hitting .312, and he has driven in 7 this year.
There's no way they could have expected this much output.
He was a non-roster invitee. He signed a minor league deal with an invite to big league camp. He makes the club, and who knows, he may be an all-star this year.
Well, he's so versatile, and that's what has to attract the Cubs. He's taken over in center field now for Rick Renteria, but we've seen him in the infield, but he is a terrific leadoff hitter.
There's the breaking ball, slowly hit, right side, taken there by Adams. He steps on the bag for out number 1. First season for that man at the helm of the Cubbies, and that is Rick Renteria. First time that he has ever managed in the big leagues.
Yeah, maybe the right guy for a rebuilding team. That is his forte, is developmental. It's what he did in the minor leagues as a manager. He's been in the big leagues most recently as a coach for the San Diego Padres, and now, as you said, his first time at the helm. The Cubs are still in their rebuilding mode. They really have made some huge strides with some of the position players they've signed the last couple of years in their minor leagues, but they'll be the first to tell you that we're not ready to compete for a couple more years.
0-1 to Valbuena is a broken bat single into right field. So a 1-out hit, and it brings in Anthony Rizzo, the big slugger at first baseman for the Cubs.
Most of the time, think of left-handed hitter, you think of them as low ball hitters, but there's the off-speed pitch at the top of the strike zone. Valbuena gets a good job. He's in the lineup right here tonight because now that he is now 6 for 15 when facing Adam Wainwright.
One thing you know about Adam Wainwright is the fact that he's really focused on the sinker and with that sinker producing a ton of ground ball outs this year. So you think about the potential of a double play. Like right now, he'll step on the bag, and that's 2. Let's see this Cardinals offense go to work. City, Adam Wainwright, first inning, 6 pitches, all were strikes, and it ended with a double play.
Very interesting defensive alignment right now. There's your your shortstop, pretty close to his position, but there's your your third baseman Carpenter, and of course the ground ball goes right up the middle, right after you said on cue about the ability to get ground balls. So it's a 5-3 double play. And there you see him switching. Very interesting. We've seen Carpenter sometimes go to the first base side of second. Sometimes we see him stay at shortstop. This time he was relatively close behind the second base bag on the third base side of it, and ground ball right to it.
Matt Carpenter will lead it off tonight in this lineup against Jake Arrieta. 9 1/3 innings. He started this season on the DL. Then had to rehab in the minor leagues. He was picked up in a trade midway last season from the Baltimore Orioles, in which he was their opening day starter last year. The second time the Cardinals have faced him this season. A look at Mike Matheny's lineup with Carpenter, Peralta, and Holiday. Then Craig, Molina, Adams, Borges, Ellis, and Wainwright at home against Chicago. Great numbers for Yadier Molina, who will bat 5th tonight in this lineup. Much of the attention to the ball game last night to the pitching and the fact that it was battered by Cubs hitting, but the offense not much to speak of either.
Yeah, very few hits, 4 or 5 runs. And of course, people always wonder about the carryover effect from a game like that. The good thing about baseball is you play every day, so it's easily forgotten. You know, Randy Schoch will think about that game for the rest of the year, as it'll be almost impossible to get his ERA down.
ERA went from 2 to 6, and the one thing though you have to remember about Randy Schoch is that when he was brought here, the idea was to face lefties and to be that specialist. And last night, Cardinals trying to protect some of the arms in the pen, they asked him to face a lot of right-handers, and it just wasn't his night. Nearly 40 pitches, and the Cardinals have made some corresponding moves because of that.
And because of throwing 35 pitches, you know, he's probably not available for a couple days. The oddity of that is that he hadn't pitched in 6 days before he had the appearance last night. And so Freeman comes up. Sam Freeman, we've seen in the last several years, but his first look, lefty out of the bullpen. That'll help out Segrist. Rondon, a right-hander, will come back up the second time, but still looking for his major league debut.
2-2 is bounced towards second base. Taken by Darwin Barney for the out. There's Rondon, who was called up with Fornatero earlier this season. Never appeared in a game, and the reason that he signed with the Cardinals this offseason was that the Cardinals put him on the 40-man roster to make this type of situation much easier for him and a chance to get a call up to the big leagues.
And of course, you're carrying 2 extra relievers. You got Tyler Lyons goes on the disabled list, and we'll talk more about the options.
Peralta with a base hit into left. Around the Horn is brought to you by Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers. Junior Lake, Emilio Bonifacio, Nate Shearholtz in the outfield for Chicago. Valbuena, Castro, Barney, and Rizzo along the infield. Wellington Castillo is behind the plate. And the Cubbies with 5 errors in their last 8 games. Here's Matt Holliday, who's hitting .276. Couple of home runs. He has driven in 23.
Hit .305 in his career against Chicago pitching.
He chases a pitch up for strike 1.
You don't often see that Matt Holliday will chase a pitch like that.
What you will see is Matt Holliday, though, swing at the first pitch. He is among the league leaders in all of baseball at attacking the first pitch of an at bat. Popped up to the right side. Rizzo will give it a look near the Cardinals dugout, and that's out of play.
And a lot of times a hitter will get a reputation as being a first ball fastball hitter, and the best pitch you can throw him is a fastball, but you don't have to make it a strike. Just make it in the vicinity and he will chase.
There you see it on the first pitch, 43% of the time.
And Yachty, who had a big at bat last night, a couple men on, were trying to get back in it, swung at the first pitch, and he doesn't do that often. Ted Simmons rarely would ever swing at the first pitch. Sometimes he's stood in the batter's box and really didn't even have his bat in position to swing. Other times he'd have it rested on his shoulder, and then every now and then he'd think he would have a pitcher baited to where all of a sudden he'd throw that first pitch and Teddy would have a really good swing at it, and a lot of times did a lot of damage.
Johnny Peralta, by the way, is now 5 for 9 against Arrieta. The rest of the Cardinals 5 for 30 against this right-hander. He can be very good.
Kind of a power pitcher, got a good sinking fastball. Had a little shoulder issue in spring training. Didn't make his first start until early May, and that was against St. Louis.
The strikeout of Holliday, the first of the night for either side.
Pitcher's pitch right there. I believe this is Will Little, our home plate umpire, and I can't remember hearing that name.
Many new names around the game in terms of umpires this season because of the 8 umpires that have been added to Major League Baseball, with the addition of instant replay and having crews in Chelsea, New York, which is where the quote-unquote war room is for Major League Baseball for replays. Here's Craig on the first pitch and fouls it back just below us, the Redbird Club.
Then you get you have vacation umpires, you have other guys that get their first look but not really on the Major League roster. So we've had a chance to see an awful lot of new faces. Men in blue.
Pitch number 12 of the first inning for Arrieta. 6 for Wainwright. Top half of the inning. I'm not sure that that's necessarily a bad thing.
No, I was going to say it could be very important because Arrieta is only making his 3rd start. His first one, he got a no decision, pitched very well against St. Louis. The next one, he went less than 5 innings. So maybe you can get that pitch count up and get him out of here sooner.
Get an infusion of new blood, so to speak, with these umpires. it takes time for hitters and the pitchers to learn a strike zone of a particular umpire, and some are just set in their ways to where they will not change, and it's to the detriment at times of the players who get frustrated with those zones.
You know, when I played, you had National League umpires, you had American League umpires. You had fewer teams, so you really didn't have that many umpires, and you really truly did get to know an umpire's strike zone, whether he was a pitcher's umpire or a hitter's umpire. Every umpire has his own individual strike zone.
Well, Mike Matheny is trying to do anything he can to jumpstart the offense. So, yeah, Peralta, not a prototypical number 2 hitter, standing at the bag at first, and you wouldn't think much of a threat to steal. You just wonder if Mike is going to try some things here with even a guy like Craig, not necessarily in this spot, but hitting runs, laying down bunts in the bottom portion of this order with the speed of a Peter Borges. Got to get something going.
You know, Dan, a lot of things that a manager can do is he writes out that lineup, he can put him where he wants him, he can do his preparation, get him prepared. Once the game starts, he's a bystander, but that is one of the things he can do, is jumpstart the running game by putting on some moves.
And Craig spoils the 1-2 pitch.
Cardinals only have 12 steals, 16 attempts.
It's an area of this team that we thought would be a lot different with the addition of Colton Wong, who's now at AAA, and the addition of Peter Borges. Here's a 1-2. The runner goes. Swung on and missed, and a strikeout of Craig. He was fooled by the pitch. Throws the bat, slams the helmet. Goodbye. We head to the second. Colts and Castillo in the top of the second on a chilly night here at Busch Stadium. We say hello to Jim Hayes. And Jim, it was John Mozeliak holding a press conference today. What's in store for this weekend on the pitching front?
Yeah, there might be some help on the way. We start with Jason Mott, who had another good rehab outing in Memphis today. 1 scoreless inning, 14 pitches. Mozeliak saying that Mott topped out velocity-wise 95 miles an hour on the fastball. They want to see Mott throw 2 innings. So he'll do that on Thursday. Then they'll reassess. As for Jaime Garcia, pitched well at Memphis last night. 5 innings, a 2-run ball. Jaime on the same schedule as Tyler Lyons, you guys pointed out, just went on the DL. Mozeliak says Jaime may get Lyons a start on Saturday, but Mo says they want to see how Garcia responds to last night's start. And Dan, as you know, they have time to make that decision. They don't have to make it until Saturday.
Here is Starlin Castro, and a shot towards third. Carpenter up with it. What a play. Matt Carpenter. Couple of dandy defensive plays so far in this game, and he robbed Starlin Castro of a base hit.
This is more indicative of what we think that Matt Carpenter is going to play defensively, and the ball sails a little bit on Matt Adams, but he gets enough reach. You know, he's made 6 errors real quickly, and he's been working on that. Third base is his natural position, but he worked so hard at second base it came back to third, and it was a little foreign to him.
Here's Nate Shearholtz, who's hitting 197, no homers. Jim, I want to ask you to follow up on the pitching. Let's start with Mott. Back-to-back games. I'm assuming that's got to be something that's very, very important. Clearly, you have to be able to do that as a reliever. Where does he stand in terms of being able to go back-to-back nights?
He's already done it. He's already gone back-to-back. In fact, I was texting with after it, and he said he was really encouraged by the way his arm responded. So he doesn't think back-to-back is an issue. If he's topping out velocity, 95 miles an hour, not quite where Mott wants to be, but Dan, it's in the neighborhood.
And then the other guy, you're talking about Jaime Garcia. How deep in a game could he go potentially this weekend if he makes that start on Saturday?
Well, John Mozeliak was very impressed with all the reports on Jaime and the way he was throwing. As I told you, went 5 last night, gave up a couple of runs. They feel like they can get a legitimate start out of Jaime if they choose to go in that direction. Again, they want to see how Jaime's arm responds to the start last night. He's got to throw a bullpen somewhere. They're going to see how he is after that and then make that decision. But they're very encouraged, not only with Jaime, but also Jason Mott. So as I said, help may be on the way, Dan.
Here is the 2-2. And a final question, Jim. I know the name of Tim Cooney, who's a lefty in the minor leagues, was also brought up. How hard should we look at the name of Tim Cooney being a possibility here this weekend?
Well, he was one of the names when John Mozeliak was pressed. What are your options for guys that can come up and take a start? And they like what he's doing at the minor league level. I get the sense, Dan, though, that if Jaime is okay, they're anxious to get Jaime back with the Cardinals.
All right, Jim, good stuff. Thanks. One out walk to Shearholtz. It brings in Castillo. Walks have been up a little bit for Wainwright compared to last season, but still very good in that department.
One of his goals before the season was he wanted to have as few walks as his starts. Now that's probably not going to happen, as that's his 15th walk of the year. And he felt like he got in trouble in that start at Wrigley Field because his hands were breaking too soon and affected his command.
In on the hands of Wellington Castillo, who has 4 home runs, 2 of those against St. Louis. He's hitting .241, and he's a player that's been developed by the Chicago Cubs and turned into a very nice player.
No doubt.
Good defensively, yeah. Obviously contributing offensively as well. Last time out for Adam Wainwright was against his hometown Atlanta Braves. Mike Matheny could have sent him back out for the 9th inning very easily, but he went 8, picked up a win.
A couple times he could have gone out there and thrown complete games. That was one of them.
There's a broken bat, and it's 1 ball and 2 strikes.
I mean, you went 8 innings of that ball game. Only one time you get a little bit of trouble, and that's where you allowed back-to-back doubles. That's when the Atlanta Braves scored their 1 run, but he was sailing along at the end of that game and took him out to give an inning to Manus.
A guy that's been in this league like you were, Al, for a number of years. What is it about Wainwright after all these years that really impresses you when you watch him?
Well, I think it's what he did this offseason. Remember, late last season, he had a couple bad games against Cincinnati, and he really wasn't the dominant pitcher during postseason. So he went home and he said, I've got to get better. Tried to reassess what he did last year and felt like he got a little too cutter happy. He's always had the tremendous curveball, and he's developed a very good cutter, but became a little more predictable. And you know, as you get a little tired and his innings mounted up, you know, that flattened out at times and it became too hittable. So he said, I want to recommit myself to my sinker. I want to work on all my pitches. And I think he's having more fun this year because he has command of all of his pitches, can throw them at any count, and he can throw strikes. And you know, he also has set a goal of winning. Last year he won his second Gold Glove. He set a goal of winning his first Silver Slugger, and he's batting 400 this year. So he just keeps on trying for perfection.
The 2-2 misses in. We'll see if Rick Renteria wants to start Shearholtz on the 3-2 pitch. Cardinals have already turned a double play tonight back in the first.
Adam won 19 games last year, tied for the league lead in that department, and it's not good enough. He wants more.
Not running, and the pitch is hit out to left for a base hit. Hung a breaking ball. A walk, now a single. In steps Junior Lake. Also, it's our keys to the game presented by Toyota.
Well, just put that game aside. We talked about last night's game. You know, when you're playing 162, it's easy to forget about a game. And then you got to turn to your stopper. Adam's got to be himself. We mentioned that he's trying to become the National League's first 7-game winner. He won opening day. His next 5 starts all followed a Cardinal loss. So he is the definition of a stopper. Come out here and re-establish his authority, get his team up there, put some zeros, and let his offense take over.
Junior Lake, what a night he had in game 1. First Cub to have 6 or more RBIs in this Busch Stadium. Busch Stadium 3, if you will. Here's a 1-0. Some pretty big names that he's now a part of, a list in terms of Cubs that have had a single game of 6 or more RBIs against St. Louis. One ball, one strike. One and two. Good late movement on that pitch by Wainwright.
And Waino knows how to pitch. Doesn't have the velocity when he first came up, but he is so much more the definition of a pitcher. Where before he had just raw talent, great curveball, 94, 95 mile an hour fastball, but now he knows how to use all of his weapons.
The 1-2 pitch, a breaking ball, and fouled back. Here's the list of Cubs that have had 6 or more RBIs in a single game against St. Louis. Junior Lake, 3 for 6. He had the 3-run homer early on. 6 RBIs. Sammy Sosa back in 2001. And then the Hall of Famer, Ernie Banks. Ernie Banks, 200+ home runs at short, 200+ over at first.
512, I believe, total.
Let's play 2. Here's the 1-2. Ground ball slowly hit. Out at second. Runners at the corners for the 8th place hitter, Darwin Barney.
Well, you touched on slowly hit. Really wasn't hit hard enough to turn to. Ellis knew he didn't have the ability to get the out at first base with Lake running, so he thought about going to third, but there was nobody there to get the lead runner, Shearholtz.
So 2 outs and Barney.
I know what you want to do here.
Not in this case. This is the one time I'm going to tell you. Pitch to Darwin Barney.
Can I ask you why?
188.
How about he's 8 for 29 against Wainwright?
Good feeling about it.
Your answer's right. Your answer's right. You got to go out and attack the 8th place hitter, and then you got the the 9th place to start next inning. You always show respect for somebody in that batting order, but if you're going to be a winner, and that's what Wainwright is, he's the winningest pitcher in this ballpark, you have to dominate the lower third, 7, 8, and 9, and right now, especially with runners on the corners.
Here's a 1-1. Outside, 2 balls, 1 strike. Darwin Barney is known for his glove. He's won a Gold Glove before a couple of years ago. Really, though, has struggled offensively the last couple of seasons for the Cubbies. Two balls, 1 strike. Runners at first and third. And a fly ball that's lifted into right field. Alan Craig puts it away. Having some fun at the Champions Club, the UMB Champions Club tonight here at Busch Stadium. Using the hashtag STLFanPhoto. And we'll unveil one of those photos later in our telecast tonight. Game number 2 between the Cardinals and the Cubs here from Busch Stadium in St. Louis. If no ketchup makes it on his jacket, it's a miracle.
I think you're right. Likes his ketchup, doesn't he?
He does. Loaded it up. Here's Yadier Molina, and the first pitch is a strike. Molina, Adams, and Borges for St. Louis. Everywhere I go around town, Al, I'm asked, is this it? This is the Cardinals? This is what we should expect this year? And I say, absolutely not. Just a matter of time. Am I right?
I believe you are right. But I think, before the season started, we felt this was a much improved defensive ball club. And now those numbers are starting to prove that. But they got off to a horrible start defensively. They're not off to a good start offensively. They're not scoring runs. The average is way down. Their situational hitting hasn't been anywhere near it has been in the past.
And a breaking ball catches Molina. 3 in a row for Arrieta. Strikeouts.
A year ago, you'd think a ball like that, a hanging breaking ball at the top of the strike zone, that Yachty would have crushed it. Just everything's a little bit off. Matt Adams is 0 for his last 5, but in 3 at bats against Arrieta, He's 3 for 3. So hopefully he can get things started.
And a big difference for Matt Adams compared to our opening series against the Cincinnati Reds. They had a huge shift on for Adams. He started spraying the ball. Now the numbers tell you that he's hitting to all fields. So well off the line at third base, but still not what we saw in the first couple of weeks.
And Matt, if you talk to him and you ask him about in the minor leagues, he'll tell you that, you know, he used to drive the ball consistently to the opposite way if it was pitched out there. He wants his mindset is to hit the ball where it's pitched.
Good changeup.
Most young hitters have the reputation that they're fastball hitters. The breaking pitches, the changeups are, you know, really what gets the young hitters, because they're just geared to swing the bat on the fastball. That's how they got here.
The 1-2 is a fly ball, shallow right field. He was out in front again on a changeup.
Exactly.
That's 4 in a row after the single by Peralta back in the first for Jake Arrieta.
You know, most guys in the minor leagues, they can throw strikes with their fastball, so they're geared for fastballs. But that's when all of a sudden you see big league pitchers that have much better command of the breaking pitches, or the changeup like that will get that good hitter out on his front foot because he didn't see the effective off-speed pitches in the minor leagues.
Now Peter Borges looking at strike one. Peter hitting .211 with 1 home run. That home run was in Atlanta, and he has driven in 6. Line drive and a base hit for Borges. Hustling out of the box, misplayed in center. Peter safe at second base.
That's what speed can do for you. First of all, you're going to have to leave the batter's box thinking that you got a possibility of getting to. Why you would think that on this ball is kind of strange. Little breaking ball stays up. He hits it hard out there, but you see he doesn't break his stride. You saw Bonifacio slip in the wet grass, lost control of the ball. Watch it right here. He slips, loses control, and that's all Borges needed to go into for a hustling double. You do that, that's how you can get your offense back into it. That's how you get the crowd back into it and say, when you're not hitting, you look flat. But when a guy makes a hustling move like that, it excites the crowd, but it also excites his teammates.
Now Mark Ellis with 2 outs. First pitch was taken high. Man, is he fun to watch run or what?
Yes, he is.
We haven't had speed like that in St. Louis in a long time.
I think the last time I saw speed like this was the time you were trying out.
No doubt I was lightning quick. However, I struggled with the fastball, curveball, slider, changeup, forkball, spitball.
But you were really good on knuckleballs.
But I'll tell you what, the knuckleball, Al, I was launching them right over second base.
And you know, if you didn't hurt your arm, you'd probably be a 20-game winner too.
No question. And if I didn't have to carry you every night, my back wouldn't hurt.
Start doing it better. You know, teach you the fireman carry or something.
You know I love you, Al.
Ditto.
Now, Tim Garcia is starting to get between us. He's worried.
That's what we worried too.
3-1. Okay, so is he pitching around Ellis now at 3-1 and saying, well, I'll take my chances with Adam Wainwright?
Well, and sometimes that's not a bad idea. A lot of times a guy will get in a mistake when he does, and they're going to go ahead and take that out of his hands and put him on. You can go after that pitcher, but when you fall behind 3-1, you got a good chance you're going to make a careless pitch and get burned by it. But I'm not too sure right here that Arrieta's anxious to face Wainwright. Wainwright's really done some little things for himself offensively. You know, he's 6'7". He's a big man, a very good athlete, but he's really shortened up his stroke. puts his hands very close to his chest, and when the pitchers come, you know, he just kind of slides his arms back and now has a very short stroke, and like we said, he's batting 400. There he is, close to the chest.
Wainwright is now 8 for 20 this season with a pair of doubles. Cardinals win, you save all week long. Every time the Cardinals win, fans will save $3 off pavilion level tickets for the Royals series and the Mets series. A chance for $18 tickets. And that's a ball. So that discount, talking about $1 tickets potentially.
Another reason to come out and root for the Redbirds.
Here's a 2-0. He's right around the plate, but not getting the call, and it's 3-0.
I have a feeling as the game goes along, some of those pitchers are going to be called strikes. Tough strike zone right now.
And he walked him. So the intentional walk of Ellis following the double by Borges. A walk to Wainwright, and what a chance here for Matt Carpenter. .667 his career with the bases loaded. That pitch is strike. Carpenter, first time up, grounded out to second.
You got Matt Carpenter up there who really likes to work the count. And you saw the intentional pass, then the walk to Adam Wainwright. Not sure about the strike zone right now, so you saw him jump away from the pitch, trying to sell it as a ball. You know, Carpenter doesn't mind hitting with 2 strikes, so he's going to make Arrieta work.
Cubs' longest scoreless streak to begin a career against St. Louis.
Arrieta's on there. He had a game last year against him, and then the game earlier, it was May 2nd in Chicago, where he really handcuffed the Cardinals. Got a no decision. Surprised you're not on that list.
Here's a 1-1 pitch. Ooh, good rip by Carpenter. I noticed a couple of times last night, crowd was just waiting to get back in this game, and it got loud here at Busch Stadium.
It was a very, very loudly crowd. I mean, they were into it. They were trying to do everything they could to get the Cardinals. And at one point, when they got within 5 runs, remember they were down 7-0. They got back in it. They were down by 5 runs, and you really felt like if they could put a couple zeros up there, they were going to win that ball game. But then the Cubs got 2 more, and then the disastrous top of the 9th.
1 ball and 2 strikes on Matt Carpenter with the bases loaded here at the bottom of the 2nd. Two and 2.
A lot of balls are up. And Carpenter actually becomes a better hitter when he gets 2 strikes. Oh, statistically, we can back that up, but it just appears that way from his unbelievable year last season.
On 2 and 2, it's lifted into center. Bonifacio will make the catch, and the Cardinals strand the bases loaded. Fox Sports Midwest is brought to you by AT&T. Watch live TV on your device virtually anywhere with AT&T Uverse, mobilizing your world. By Schnucks, your neighborhood hometown grocer for 75 years. And find a helpful servicing steel dealer near you. Visit steeldealers.com. A chilly night here in St. Louis. There's a look at Fox Sports Midwest Live inside Cardinals Nation. We will be televising Saturday's game. Our booth position will be over at the AT&T rooftop deck. The difference maker presented by BJC Healthcare. Cardinals pitchers with 100 starts at home, the high winning percentage, ERA below 3. Dizzy Dean, Harry Brackeen, and Adam Wainwright. 100th start at Busch Stadium this evening.
There's the cat. And become the National League's first 7-game winners, second in Major Leagues. Mark Burley, St. Louis, and pitching for Toronto, got number 7.
0-2 the count, and he's doing it with a fastball around 83 miles an hour. Here's Jake Arrieta, the pitcher. You know, we've been talking about Tyler Lyons going on the DL, and he was roughed up clearly in his start last night, and it's a sore shoulder, we understand. There's the breaking ball taken just a bit inside, and it's 2-2.
He actually, and this does happen at times, but Tyler Lyons said he felt great warming up, felt good even in the first and second innings.
Off the glove of Carpenter and into shallow left field.
He had his first hit of the year. He was just 0 for 2. This is his third start of the year, but Tyler Lyons said he felt great in the bullpen, felt good the first couple innings, just wasn't getting the results. And then in the third, he kind of felt something in the shoulder. In the fourth, he knew he kind of aggravated it. And you see how close Carpenter was to making a very nice play. But Dan, a lot of times pitchers, and it's not only young pitchers, but they'll warm up in the bullpen and they just feel great. And it's usually kiss of death because they all of a sudden they feel like, oh, it's going to be easy out there. Anytime you think it's going to be easy, you're in for a rude awakening.
Bonifacio showing bunt.
And a lot of
strike one.
A lot of times what happens is you all of a sudden you say, you know, I don't have to worry about location because my ball's got good life. I'm hitting my spots, and you kind of get away from that location. Or if you really almost feel bad and warming up, you know you're going to feel better when you get out on the adrenaline flow and on the mound. But you always have to concentrate on location.
1 ball, 1 strike. Bonifacio has not grounded into a double play yet this year.
Speedy runner, you know, from the left side. He's a switch hitter. It's .429 right-handed, his natural side, and .260 from the left side. Just slap and run.
There's a strike, 1-2. Emilio first time up, grounded out to Matt Adams.
Marty Herzog, when he would manage the likes of a Coleman, first came up here, he said, you know, great physical specimen. He wanted to hit home runs.
And that is a foul ball. Foul ball.
And call it and jump at the same time.
Initially, I thought he was calling it fair because the only arm that got up was the right arm, and it looked like the left one had to stay down to try to jump and avoid the baseball.
Now that is Will Little there at first base, which we thought Will Little was at first base last night. Last night's umpire is no longer with his crew.
Two balls, 2 strikes.
Want to be an umpire? Watch this. It's where it crosses the bag. You're holding your position. You can see it's foul, but then it kind of, I don't know if Matt Adams ticked the ball or with his glove or something, but started coming back towards the field, and all of a sudden our first base umpire had to jump over it.
Seeing that view, I think the Cardinals may have caught a break.
I thought it was foul when it got to the bag, but right afterwards it did kick left.
There's a strikeout of Bonifacio, and the first of the night for Adam Wainwright. Either way, he's retired, and it brings in Valbuena.
Adam second on the all-time Cardinals strikeout list. He won't catch number 1 though.
Have to play an awful long time if that was going to happen, and that's the great Bob Gibson. Valbuena with a base hit into right field, first time up. This inning started with a base hit by Jake Arrieta, the pitcher. Off the glove of Carpenter, a single into left. The strikeout of Bonifacio. And with one out, the first pitch to Valbuena is hammered out to deep right field. Going back, it's Craig. He'll leap, and it's gone. 2-run homer. Valbuena his second. RBI's 8-9, and a 2-run lead for the Chicago Cubs.
Only the third home run that Adam has allowed this year. But for one other reason, let's go about this again. Adams 6-1 with an ERA just a 2. Coming into tonight's action, he was 1-1 against the Cubs with a 7.50 ERA. And right on the inner half, looked like the cutter. Craig goes back there, doesn't realize he's that close to the wall, and he wasn't going to catch it either way. But Adam Wainwright's ERA, when he's not facing the Chicago Cubs, he's 5-1 with a 0.59.
Now it's Rizzo. Bounced into the shift double play that went 5-3.
And once again, they got the same thing. Shortstop Peralta is where shortstop is. The guy almost directly behind around second base. That's the third baseman, Matt Carpenter, and then Ellis playing short right field.
From the outfield grass, it's Ellis, and he makes the play for out number 2. Well, you can catch every strikeout, every game ender, and every history-making moment on MLB Whip Around. That's weeknights at 9 on Fox Sports 1 and streaming live on Fox Sports Go. So 2 outs, and here is Starlin Castro. And a breaking ball is taken low. Castro was robbed by Matt Carpenter to start the second inning. The cutter misses down. 2 balls and no strikes. Three 3-0 on Castro. Moved to the cleanup spot in late April and has produced. That's 3-1.
Seems like Rick Renteria, the Cubs' new manager, has really done a tremendous job in keeping Castro focused.
Well, you mentioned it. Player development is where Rick Renteria has really made his mark in the game. Now, he managed Team Mexico in the 2013 World Baseball Classic. No managerial experience at this level. He did have 4 seasons in the Marlins system. And the last 6 years, he was in San Diego as the bench coach and first base coach. 3-2 pitch, spoiled by Castro. And we mentioned it last night. You know, they put an awful lot into their shortstop and their first baseman. the time that they hope that those young players arrive, that these guys are cornerstones of the franchise.
And remember, they paid them to be cornerstones. And then last year, everybody was wondering, did they make a mistake by giving Rizzo and Castro the contracts as early as they did?
It's popped up. Adams is over. May have had a chance to reach in the dugout, make a play, and it stays at 3-2.
When he got to the rail, I think you're right. But still tippy-toeing and not near the rail, he couldn't reach it. So he'd come over, get to the rail, and if he's right there, he could have reached over and caught it easily. But he's still a couple feet away. Sometimes communication is such a big part of this game.
The 3-2. Lined into right center. Borges. A ball that was tailing. He makes the catch. A 2-run homer by Valbuena. 2-0 Chicago. MLB.com at bat on your favorite mobile phone or tablet. Get live look-ins, instant replay, scores, stats, audio, and more. Also, the free MLB.TV game of the day. Download on the App Store or visit Cardinals.com today. Chicago Cubs, a leadoff man has reached 5 times and scored all 5 in this series, and Jake Arrieta, the last Cub to do so in the top of the 3rd. 2-0 Chicago. Here's Peralta, who singled to left his first time up. It's hard to believe Wainwright has given up 3 home runs this year, all to the Chicago Cubs.
That's why he's struggled against them and nobody else. You have one pitcher on your staff that gets all the runs, and somebody gets very little run support. You'll have one team that just dominates against you, and you'll have a team that you dominate against them. Cubs came in from Atlanta, where they were swept in a 3-game series, never had a lead in that ball game. And they come in here and do what they did last night.
Leadoff walk to Peralta. 3rd walk for the Cardinals. I would say that Wainwright has missed slightly a little bit tonight. You can just see he's not quite as sharp, but still, even when he's not at his peak, still so good and so smart and able to win games. Peralta on base for the second time, and it brings in Holiday.
It looked like there was talk with Yachty, and might have been talking about the home run pitch. He said, I missed by a fraction of an inch, and I paid for it.
Two and 0.
Steve, you'll have to talk to Arrieta. Arrieta was born in Farmington, Missouri, about 50 miles from here, but I think he moved quite early in his childhood because he did go to high school in Texas. Originally signed with Baltimore.
Here's a 2-0 pitch to Matt Holliday. Now 3-0. Can't find the strike zone. He walked 2 back in the second inning, then had the bases loaded, was able to get out of it. Leadoff walk here to Peralta. Now 3-0 on Matt Holliday.
Sometimes when you walk, you know, if you're doing it to the 8th and 9th place hitters, it's not that bad. Do it to the middle of the order, you're asking for trouble. We allowed 2 hits. Holiday, a .311 lifetime hitter, over 300 lifetime against the Cubs.
Big gap in left center. The 3-1 pitch. Now 3-2.
Takes a look at 3-1 and then wasn't looking for the location on the 3-1 pitch there.
See if they want to start the runner. There he goes. That's Peralta, and it's taken for a ball. So back-to-back walks after being given a 2-run lead for Jake Arrieta. 4 walks.
Now you start walking people like this, you're just telling the other team that I'm ready to be had. I'm keeping you in the ball game. Chris Bosio, the pitching coach, and it might be a long year for Chris Bosio.
11 years for Chris Bosio, pitching with the Brewers and the Mariners. And back in 1993, you may remember, he threw a no-hitter for Seattle. He was telling me that when we were at Wrigley Field, I asked him about throwing that no-hitter. He said he was battling the flu. He pitched on 3 days rest. And he said, bottom line, I had to pitch for the team, and I go out there and I throw a no-hitter.
It's not uncommon for guys to be sick. They reduce things down to simplicity. They're just not feeling well, so they just try to, go through not the motions, but just go out there and give it the best they can. They know they're not expected to do much, and lo and behold, they have one of the best games of their career. And then you'll have times like Tyler Lyons saying, "It felt great warming up," and you get shellacked. Mindset is so important in this game.
Cardinals already with a very good opportunity back in the second inning with the bases loaded. Now they have runners at first and second. Nobody out. Craig struck out swinging his first time up. And again, a big gap at left center and also down the left field line. They shade him opposite way, and a strike, he didn't like it.
Several low strikes that they haven't liked tonight.
Oh, 2.
Nice and easy motion, and then when he does throw that fastball, it's about 93, but looks like it jumps out of his hand.
A lot of rain in the area today in St. Louis. Late arriving crowd, but Busch Stadium is filled up. Expecting well over 40,000 here tonight.
14th home game, right? Every crowd's been 40 or more.
Off-speed pitch, and Craig strikes out. 4 tonight of Arrieta. Those 4 have been Holiday once, Craig twice, and Molina.
It's like they've expanded their zone a bunch, or they've got called out on pitches they thought were balls. They've called strikes. Of the 4 strikeouts, 3 of them have been against Holiday and Alan Craig. The other one was against Molina.
.295 average with runners in scoring position. Outfield is straight away. The first pitch is taken for a ball. Cardinals have a double tonight from Peter Borges, a single from Peralta to account for their 2 hits. Redbirds have already stranded 4.
Was it last night? They had 6 hits. 5 of them were singles and a double. Cardinals just aren't getting those big hits or extra base hits.
2-0.
Descalzo wasn't sitting over there talking with the pitchers.
The 2-0 pitch. Now 3-0.
Got the defense back on their heels. 28 strikes, 27 balls, 55 pitches to this point.
Three and 1. So they turn them loose on 3-0. Runners go on the 3-1, and it's a base hit into left. And Peralta slipped, and now Holiday in a rundown. Throw will come to the plate. They'll tag out Peralta. Molina will advance to second base. Just when you think things are going the right way, that happens.
Now, Peralta, the runners were going on the pitch, and Peralta had to jump over the ball. Molina put it in play. He jumps over the ball and really stumbled, tripped, fell down. Holiday, you know, assuming that he's going to go easy from first to third when he's running on the play. And see, watch when he comes down here, he loses his balance. And that threw off everything. He has to jump over the ball, loses balance. Holiday had just kept on running. Remember, he's going from first to third, so he was trapped between second and third. Did stay in the rundown long enough for Molina to get to second.
So Holiday had his head down. You'll see here. Doesn't notice Peralta till it's too late.
I try to get back. They throw behind him, so he's got to stay there. But then they throw home to get the lead runner. Really didn't do a good job of staying in the rundown, but it was long enough for Molina to get in scoring position himself.
1-0 Adams. Little cue shot. Fair ball. Long throw. And an infield hit for the big man. 2-1. He'll take it.
Said he came in 3 for 3. We'd like to think they were a lot better hit balls than this one, but this one is effective. There's a little roller down the third base line. Just think if they would have had that exaggerated shift on, we might have gotten a double out of that ball. But as it is, it's an infield single, an RBI, and the Cardinals are on the scoreboard trailing by 1.
Here's Peter Borges, a hustling double. First time up. Fastball taken, I guess, outside. Runners at first and second with 2 outs. Two and 0.
And that was Matt Adams' 11th RBI. But with Matt a lot of times in that cleanup spot, really we have gotten very little run support in that spot. Alan Craig, well, hopefully he get himself going and he'll end up with his first 100 RBI season.
3-0. Mark Ellis is on deck.
4 walks on the verge of 5. Continues to give the Cardinals scoring opportunities.
A 3-0 pitch instead. A check on Molina at second base.
And he got his first steal of the year last night, and they weren't paying attention at him on second. You got 2 outs. You got a 3-0 count out there. He's letting Yachty get into Arrieta's head. And you don't concentrate on what you're doing at the plate, you're going to make a careless pitch.
3-1. Molina's got to hurry back, and he's in safely.
See if he didn't twist his ankle.
Count runs full on Peter Borges, and now Jose Oquendo is going to check on Yadier Molina. You always worry about
right
knee
ankle
issues.
See, he got his toe got turned up underneath him as he's taking this lead. Watch that left foot. See how he turned the ankle and come down on top of it, scrambled back, and
the right ankle. Now time is called for Borges. The runners are off with this pitch. You just hope that Yachty's all right.
It's one of the case. Just being out there on his feet a little bit, keep on stretching it out is helpful.
We'll do it again. Villanueva is throwing in the pen right now for the Cubs. He's been a valuable guy, a swingman, rotation, bullpen. With 65 pitches already, 31 have been balls from Jake Arrieta. Runners off with the pitch. The 3-2 to Peter Borges. Here it comes. Off-speed pitch, and he struck him out. 5 strikeouts for Jake Arrieta. The new McD app for a great deal sent directly to your smartphone right now. Get any large sandwich with any purchase just for downloading. Well, the Cardinals have struck out 5 times tonight. They have stranded 6. And yet they trail only 2-1. Shearholtz, Castillo, and Lake against Adam Wainwright here at the top of the 4th. It was the 6th infield hit for Matt Adams this year. 6 of them.
What happens if you hustle?
Part of that has been a byproduct of the shift, which we have seen, as Shearholtz will lead it off.
And we're seeing less and less of it because of some of those little squibblers.
Shearholtz, Castillo, and Lake. 2-1 Cubs. And the first pitch drops in for a ball.
Shearholtz last year just had a sensational year. His first year with the Cubs after being, a 4th, 5th outfielder on World Championship teams with the Giants. But he came over and got a chance to play every day and responded with 21 home runs. This year, no home runs and batting under 200.
Two and 1 the count.
And just 180 off a right-handed pitching.
Hung a breaking ball and a base hit into right. So Shearholtz with a base hit into right brings in Castillo. Last 5 starts against the Cubbies. You see the numbers for Adam Wainwright. In particular, the last 2, the 15 hits, 8 earned, and a couple of home runs.
6 of those 8 runs came in Chicago when he lost his first start ever at Wrigley Field. He was 6-0 prior to that.
Right down the middle, and a strike to Castillo.
Remember, he missed all 2011 with coming back from Tommy John surgery, and then 2012 he made the home opener against the Cubs and just had one of his worst, if not his worst start ever. That came right here at Busch Stadium.
Here's the 0-1. This could be 2. Nope. Can they get the man at first? And the stretch on a high throw from Carpenter to Adams.
Sure double play ball, and Matt Carpenter working a little bit ahead of himself as he was positioning to throw to second base to turn the double play. Ball hit hard. You see how he's turning right there, getting ready to be in position to throw the ball to second, and didn't look the ball into his glove. Pops out, does recover, gets the 1 out, but that should have been 2 outs and just a tailor-made double play ball.
Now Junior Lake. Lake came up with runners at first and second in the second. Grounded into a fielder's choice.
Adam felt like in that game in Wrigley Field, he was breaking with his hands a little bit too soon, and that throws off your rhythm. You don't stay on top of the ball. Your control suffers.
In the air out to left. Holiday makes the catch. Shearholtz back to the bag at second base. And there's 2 outs.
Adams always trying little tricks. And I'm sure right here with Darwin Barney, the 8th place hitter coming up. Not only Ellis, but Molina going to go out and talk to him. Remember the situation. You got first base open. As a competitor, you want to retire every 8th place hitter. But sometimes if you get behind on it, you got to think about it and either throw the pitch off the plate, let him get himself out, or concede the fact that, maybe if you're down 3-0, 3-1, sometimes it's better to continue to throw off the plate than if you walk them, you walk them. But you always go after them.
Cardinals start in second place in the Central, 5.5 back of Milwaukee. And that 5.5 game lead over the Cardinals in the Central ties the Tigers for the largest of any division leader in the major leagues. 1 ball and 1 strike.
I was going to say, look where Carpenter playing on the line. He has thrown breaking balls away from him, but a little surprised that he's that much guarding the line with Barney up.
Well, last night, second most runs in any road game against the Cardinals for the Chicago Cubs. Had to go back to 1974 when they won at Busch Stadium. That's just outside. That was a 19-4 win. And looking at that game, I was looking at it today, the box score, there was a grand slam by Steve Swisher and a 3-run homer by Jose Cardinal.
I was on that team, but I know I didn't pitch, did I?
I don't believe you did, Al.
No, it's in September.
Two and two.
Jose Cardinal. I played with Jose here with the St. Louis, but Cardinal wasn't very big. Now you see the chart. And according to that chart, he must hit a lot of those 7 must be really pulled down the line. Actually, in the outfield, they've got him swung around to hit to right center.
3 and 2.
But Cardinal, not very big in size, but he was a 5-tool guy. When 5-tool meant you could play. One of the things about Jose Cardinal was when he wanted to play, he could be one of the best players on the field. Just sometimes he just didn't have that drive to do it every day. But very good player.
3-2.
Perfect
The charts say play towards the line. Throw is up the line. They had it positioned perfectly.
Perfectly.
How about that?
Don't ever question.
Original glazed donuts for only $3.99. So stop by one of the 4 St. Louis area Krispy Kremes for this sensational deal. So again, every crowd so far this year, over 40,000 here at the ballpark. And it's Ellis, Wainwright, and Matt Carpenter, with the Cardinals trailing by the score of 2-1 in the home half of the 4th.
There's still some tickets available for the Yankee series.
Yankee series is still available. We've got giveaways all weekend long. Rick Ankiel will be signing autographs on Friday night, the Budweiser Bash. And there's a strike to Mark Ellis. Ellis intentionally walked back in the 2nd inning. The Cardinals in 3 innings tonight, they have stranded 6 and struck out 5 times. Villanueva, the right-hander for the Cubs, is still standing, now throwing in the bullpen. So you wonder if it could be a very quick leash this inning for Jake Arrieta.
He's due up first, so it might be, no matter what, this is his final inning. Wouldn't qualify for the win. This is his 3rd start of the year. Dan, his first 2 starts, he's only worked 9 1/3 innings.
And he falls behind here on the 8th place hitter, 3 balls and 1 strike. That's the first out in the home half of the 4th.
Well, San Diego beats the Cincinnati Reds and Aroldis Chapman today 2-1. Chapman takes the loss. But good to see the big left-handed back pitching.
Aroldis Chapman, closer of the Cincinnati Reds. Here's Adam Wainwright. Walked in the 2nd inning. Cardinals have received 4 walks.
Allen set the goal or Adams set the goal as winning his first Silver Slugger. Best hitting pitcher in the National League.
Arrieta off the mound, steps and throws for out number 2.
If Carpenter can work him a little bit this inning, get that pitch count up, you might trick Renteria into letting him stay up and bat if he has a real quick and efficient inning.
Matt Carpenter is hitless tonight. Line to center with the bases loaded in the second inning. Cardinals 1 run came on an infield hit by Matt Adams back in the third. Thought it interesting tonight where John Mozeliak indicated that his patience is starting to wear thin with a team that he is termed has been underachieving. Thinks it's a talented team, still believes in it, but you've got to get it done.
Now the word urgency is starting to creep into everyone's vocabulary. But we have seen, remember, we talked about 2011, how underachieving that team was all year. And then they got hot the last 6 weeks, played the best baseball in postseason, and they win their 11th World Series in Cardinal history. But not uncommon for this team to get off to some slow starts, but there is some alarming trends going on.
Carpenter draws a 2-out walk. So 5 walks issued by Jake Arrieta. Brings in Peralta, single to left, and walked into third.
Cardinals have not been walking very much prior to tonight. They're not hitting other than singles. Not a real home run hitting team, but we expect to see a lot of doubles and a lot of first to thirds. We haven't seen those things.
And that pitch is taken for a ball. I'm sure this is for Rick Renteria awfully frustrating to see his starter giving up the 5 walks. You'd love to keep him in the game to have him have a chance at a victory, but again, the Cardinals with base runners in every inning so far. And he falls behind. 2 balls and no strikes. The ratio not what you want, 40 and 40.
You got all the fielders back on their heels, flat-footed, just waiting out there, and every time you get a tough in-between hop or something else, they don't make the play. You look right to the pitcher and say, this is why.
Popped up. Long way to go for Barney or Rizzo. Great effort. Comes up just a bit short.
Dan, we just talked about, they're all back on their heels and everything else because of the slow pace. Every other pitch is a ball. And maybe a play like this, if you would have been throwing a lot of strikes, these guys are a step or two quicker. And maybe Barney's able to make that play. That's a tough play, and you know that he was hustling all the way. But you can understand how they're not on their tippy toes. They're back on their heels because of the pace of their starting pitcher.
Here's a 2-1 instead of check, and a nice pick by Rizzo. They believe Rizzo eventually will be a Gold Glover at first base. They love his defense.
And I must say, 1,000 times we've shown the last couple of years where Starling Castro is, the most disinterested person. By standards today, he is on his toes. He's really turned the corner.
The 2-1. And Peralta cranks one out to deep center. Bonifacio back near the wall and makes the catch. Peralta gave it a ride. Arrieta takes a deep breath. Looking forward to the postgame show. Top of 5 rolls in. The Cardinals trailing 2-1, and as Rick mentioned, disturbing trend in this game. 7 stranded for the St. Louis Cardinals. A broken bat, and the catch is made. That was off the bat of Jake Arrieta as Peralta makes the play. I thought initially, the way it sounded, I thought we had a 2-run homer for Peralta.
Yeah, off the bat it looked like that, but then with a little cooler air, the ball knocked down and just went right to the wall, but not his 9th home run. This game is not going to end 2-1.
About 20 degrees cooler tonight. So last night, very well could be talking about a home run. Here's Bonifacio, who is struck out and grounded out. 0 for 2.
And I think the last time I looked, tomorrow is supposed to be a high of 57. Supposed to be damp conditions the rest of this week.
Here's a 1-1. Ground ball to the right side and a base hit past Adams. So Bonifacio aboard with a 1-out hit. The Cubs scored their 2 runs back in the 3rd on a Luis Valbuena 2-run homer, his 2nd home run this year.
Ryan Braun comes off the disabled list for Milwaukee tonight, and Ramirez goes on. He's had a tough time, really struggling. Got a bad hamstring and kind of battled his way, tried to play through it with their other big bat, Ryan Braun, out.
Brewers have been so good on the road this year, 12-5.
They're at home again. Seems like every time we look up, they're at home, and they're hosting the Pirates, and they're leading 2-1.
Garrett Cole hit Carlos Gomez in that game. Remember, those two had the words at third base at PNC. Now, when he was hit, the report said it was with a changeup, so still not the high 90s fastball.
Looks suspicious.
Neither team steals many bases. And a curveball drops in for a strike. High atop Busch Stadium down the right field line.
Double that, and you're where we're perched at PNC Park, Pittsburgh. The other day it was raining in Pittsburgh and we were looking down on it.
Back in the third inning, Valbuena with a home run. Just his second this year. Put the Cubs on top 2-0 at that time. Matt Adams with an infield single and an RBI to cut the lead to 2-1. And that's where it stands right now here in the top of the fifth.
Places Alt at third base tonight, who hit a home run last night. Had a big night.
One ball and two strikes. Got him. A strikeout of Valbuena. For Adam Wainwright, just his second strikeout.
Strikeout number 1181, second on the all-time Cardinal list. Won't catch the great Bob Gibson, well over 3,000. It says something being number 2.
And a strike at the knees, low to Rizzo. He didn't like that call. Rizzo is grounded into a double play and grounded out to second. Well, the Cubs, when they were swept by the Atlanta Braves over the weekend, they never led in that weekend series. They have led throughout the 2 games so far.
Cardinals 1 game under 500 for the season and 1 game under 500 against the Cubs on the year.
2 balls and 1 strike.
Cubs only have 13 wins this year and 4 wins against St. Louis.
Shift on here for Rizzo, and the 2-1 pitch catches the outside corner. 2-2. Cubs have out hit the Cardinals 6-4 in this game. Redbirds have stranded 7, the Cubs 3. And Chicago with a 2-1 lead. Wainwright trying to put away Anthony Rizzo here at the top of the 5th. On a 2-2 to Ellis, plays it on a hop. And Rizzo is hitless tonight. Part of the lineup coming up for St. Louis, trailing 2-1. Tomorrow on our Budweiser What's on Tap. And Hamill has just been sensational so far for the Chicago Cubs at 4-1. Walker, well, he's kept the Cardinals in the starts that he's had in the game, but yet the Cardinals offense has not provided much run support. That's been the story of this season for much of it so far. He's 2-3. It's Holiday, Craig, Molina, and a 2-1 Chicago lead. Villanueva hits for himself, but a short bench for the Chicago Cubs. So Arrieta rather hits for himself, and Villanueva comes in. Our Chevy called to the pen, his 10th appearance. As I mentioned before, he works out of the rotation and the bullpen, and can be considered a true long man for Rick Renteria.
Well, he made 4 starts this year. He was the fifth starter coming out of spring training. But then when Arrieta came off the disabled list, Carlos went back to the bullpen. He has not done very good this year, 1-5, but look at the high ERA in the 8s, and opponents are batting .387 against him.
Signed a 2-year deal prior to the 2013 season. And the first pitch is taken high and inside. Matt Holliday tonight has scored the lone run for St. Louis, and he was called out on strikes back in the first.
Villanueva has thrown 22+ innings and given up 43 hits. Had extended bats against this pitcher, most of it when he was with Milwaukee.
The 1-1, and a breaking ball is taken low. Villanueva features a fastball, 2-seam, 4-seamer, breaking ball, and mix in a changeup. The 2-1. High in the air, out to left. This could be an adventure with Lake. He makes the catch running in.
Converted infielder Lake, but you could help your own cause when you're not real steady out there by using 2 hands, couldn't you? Made a critical error in last night's ball game. And there's the one-handed catch.
One out, and here's Craig. He's had a tough night. Struck out in the first, struck out in the third.
Looks jumpy at the plate again. Use the term that he's in between. Not catching up the fastball, being out in front on the off-speed pitch.
Here's a 1-0. 1 ball, 1 strike. That guy right there, he's ready. Wait for that home run ball to land in his lap.
Be a pretty good blast, wouldn't it? Left center there. And I hope he's right with the Cardinals at bat.
Two balls and a strike.
Seems like a lot of the Cardinal hitters are taking a lot of fastball strikes.
Excited to see that you voted up to 25 times on your computer earlier today for all the Cardinals for the All-Star game.
Every single one of them.
Yep.
And I would have voted more, but that's all they let you vote for at one time is 25.
Right. Here at the ballpark, you can vote as many times as you want. The 3-1. Hammered, and watch out. Off the seats, and that baseball is into left.
Gotta hope it hit that. Hope it hit off a seat, but not sure. It's a hard hit or something if it carried him that far.
(3-2) is lifted down the right field line. That ball gets down. Craig digging for second base, and he has a one-out double.
Two doubles tonight among the 5 Cardinal hits. Cardinals have had no trouble getting base runners, just getting them in. Little breaking ball, stays back on it, lets it get deep, hits it into the right field corner, kind of bangs around over there, but defensively, Pujols played it very well. See him reaching, but you see how strong he is too to plunk that ball off the wall. And Cardinals have stranded 7 prior to this inning.
Molina could tie it up or put the Cardinals on top.
I don't know what the numbers are, but you would think he would have pretty good success off this right-hander.
Seven for 28.
Just don't think he has a pitch he can really throw by him. And Yachty waits well on the off-speed pitch. Lets it get deep. Goes the opposite field so well. Probably a lot of those bats came early in Yachty's career, where last couple years on the way to pitch a couple years in Toronto.
Here's a 1-1 to Yadier Molina. Took something off it, and it's 1-2. Well, this crowd is just waiting for anything to happen.
Last 2 nights, I thought that was phenomenal last night, the way they were yelling into it. Really tried to be that extra strength for their team, the Cardinals.
It's going to happen right here on this 1-2. I'm telling you, Al. Maybe it might happen on the 2-2.
Tell me again.
Begging right now.
I'm with you, Dan. This is the pitch.
The 2-2 lifted out to right. Catch is made. Craig tags up from second to third. You know what really brings you good luck? Just breaks it up. There's nothing like an AT&T fan photo. Nothing like it. And there it is. Now, if that doesn't get you pumped up, nothing will.
Stole the words right from my mouth. And Adams drove in the Cardinals' lone run, a little squibbler down the third base line and beat it out. And Holiday scored the Cardinal run. See if he can drive in. Molina with 2 outs. Craig with 2 outs.
Here's a 1-0 pitch to Adams. 1 ball, 1 strike. There's that good changeup they don't mix in.
Well, pitchers are really in no hurry tonight, are they? On about a 4-hour pace game. Six, 8 inches outside. Swings that. Told me consistently in the minor leagues he'd take a pitch away and he'd just drive it to left field. No shift here.
Here's a 2-2 to Adams. Cardinals have stranded 8. Castillo, all coming up for the Chicago Cubs as we move to the top of the 6th. They're at Busch Stadium in St. Louis. Budweiser Bash is coming up this Friday night. It'll feature Ricky Ankiel. The first 200 in line will take home a Rick Ankiel autograph. Cardinals.com/promotions. First home run back in the big leagues for Rick Ankiel. What a moment that was. Unbelievable.
He retired as a pitcher, worked his way back through. There's a game winner.
Scoring the speedy Chris Duncan, who I'm sure is watching tonight. And the first pitch off the bat of Starlin Castro. One away as Craig puts it away. Cardinals have stranded 8 tonight. That is the story so far. Still a long ways to go as the bullpen, the back end for the Chicago Cubs, still very much unsettled in terms of who's going to be the everyday closer. Castro is the first out, hitless tonight. Schierholtz has walked and also singled to right field.
Cyan Veras be their closer. That failed. And they use Strope. He's injured. Kind of hit and miss who they're going to use, but I'd say once again this game's not going to end 2-1.
Here's the 0-1 and a broken bat and a foul ball. Bat went further than the ball. It's getting in your kitchen right there. 0-2 on Nate Schierholtz.
Today's bats, they usually use such thin handles, not very weighty, and it gets in on him. Bat shatters. He's got about 6 inches of it in his hand. Good kindling wood.
Great hustle there by the bat boy. Some of the most excitement we've had all night. 0-2 the count on Nate Schierholtz with 1 out here in the top of the 6th.
Well, Dan, since there's no clock, we got plenty of time to see something more exciting. Hopefully we're in the Cardinal uniform.
All righty.
All I can do is just try and keep up putting up zeros and let his offense catch up.
Here's a 1-2 pitch. Doesn't chase. 2-2. Milwaukee leading Pittsburgh 2-1. That's in the bottom of the 6th. You mentioned the game earlier with Cincinnati, and the Reds dropped that game 2-1.
Cardinals win today. They put a little distance between themselves and the Reds. Reds were creeping up on the Cardinals. Interesting that both the Royals and the Cardinals, one game under 500, but both of them second in their divisions.
Check swing and a strikeout. Well, 3 things you should know about Adam Wainwright that maybe you don't read about or hear about. Here it is. That was in San Francisco, his home run. Older brother Trey has been a huge influence in his life and voted by his teammates most likely to become the next commissioner.
I didn't know they had that vote.
Now, I actually did that in spring training. It was one of the questions I posed to the players. A lot of them went with John Jay, but then they came back and said it's going to be Adam Wainwright. There's another broken bat past Mark Ellis and into center field.
It's going to be, right?
That's right. So if you had to pick a guy on your team that could be the next commissioner, they said, well, it's got to be Wainwright. Very well spoken, handles the media very well, up to date on all issues. Watch out.
Flying projectile. There's what you get most of the time from the very unbalanced bat. They're very light, but they're very small handled. You hit it right off the end of the bat and it will shatter like that.
There's a check swing and a strike on Junior Lake.
All bats used to be made out of white ash, and we've heard about the maple bats. Once again, Carpenter on the line. Paid off when Darwin Barney was up last time.
Another good breaking ball, a little sharper that time, and it's 0-2 on Junior Lake.
But you know, you've always heard one of the hardest woods is hickory, and I've always asked Bob Watson one time, hickory wood, and he said that he went to a manufacturer and asked if they could make a hickory wood bat for him. He said they could, but it would be, the minimum would be 48 ounces.
So a little heavy.
A little heavy.
Wainwright has struck out 4 tonight. Anniversary for Emo's Pizza and the Cardinals 1964 World Series championship team. So you can celebrate both when the Yankees come to town, take on the Cardinals May 26th, the 27th, and the 28th. Great tickets still remain at Cardinals.com. Looking forward to seeing the Yankees come to town, something that obviously doesn't happen very often. And the final time to see Derek Jeter, one of the classiest guys clearly in the game and one of the best players that baseball has seen.
If you're talking about a player that could be commissioner, he'd be a good choice.
Who do you think is going to be the next commissioner?
Some people think Joe Torre.
That's my guess.
Kind of room for that job. Of course, Joe Torre was basically a teenager the first time he met Bud Selig and bought his first car from Bud Selig, a used car dealer in Milwaukee, when he joined the Milwaukee Braves.
Peter Borges leads it off for the Cardinals here in the home half of the 6th. Showing bunt, drops it down. Peter racing to the bag and safe at first.
Just to show you how fast he is, that really wasn't that good of a bunt. Just good enough that with his blazing speed that he could beat it out at first base. That ball just got a little bit, a couple feet out on the grass. They get to it quickly. Nothing they could do defensively to stop that speed. We've seen him try it, but this is the first time, the best time he's done it, and picks up that base hit. Starting to really swing the bat much better. The second hit tonight. Cardinals about hit Chicago 7-6. They've had a lot more base runners, but they've stranded 8 so far. Maybe getting the leadoff man will make a difference.
Cardinals coming into this series had a total of 11 stolen bases, second fewest behind Miami. You know, we've heard about this speed of Peter Borges. If you want to show it, now would be a good time.
Well, Peter, I think one of the goals he had, of course he thought he'd get off to a better start, is he wanted to steal 30 to 40 bases this year. Ellis, prior to the one steal that Molina got last night, Ellis has gotten a couple steals the last few games in Pittsburgh. A lot of times, if you can get something going at the bottom of the order, move them in a scoring position, and then when you roll it over to the top, they can drive them in. This is the key at bat right here. Ellis, the veteran, knows the responsibility he has. Move the ball around, take a pitch, whatever he needs to do to give Borges a chance.
Ellis tonight intentionally walked in the second and lined out to center.
4-game hitting streak. Trying to go that way, but I just wonder if Borges doesn't feel like he has a good jump. Mike Matheny, I think, has been more aggressive in this game, trying to generate some offense, trying to get some movement on the bases. You've seen those base runners move, and Borges is 2-0 in steal attempts this year. Leaning.
Not going. Pitch is taken for a strike, and it's 1-2.
Now, Mark Ellis is going to be content to try and take a couple pitches, but now he's got 2 strikes. He's got to fend for himself. Like Segrist is thrown in the Cardinal bullpen. Wainwright is on deck, but I know they'd love to get something going here and let Adam come up and sacrifice him into better scoring position. Ellis goes to spring training, had kind of the bad knee, opens the season on the disabled list, and he goes down on rehab, just down there 1 game. So the last 2 or 3 weeks he's been playing, trying to make up his spring training.
Not running, and it's a foul ball.
Very close. Kendall trying to look and see where that ball hit. Ted Barrett, our crew chief, awfully close as it went over the bag.
I'm trying to figure out why Peter Borges is still at first base.
Well, the only thing I can,
are you dealing with a guy that is unsure? Is he not confident? Is he looking over his shoulder?
I think that's it. You know, you can't ask a guy to steal if he doesn't get a comfortable lead.
This is one of the reasons
this way, you're asking, yeah, you're asking him to steal, but it's where when you're losing, you're afraid to make a mistake. Hard to play that way.
2-2.
They've been talking to him every pitch. Steele has a pretty good throwing arm, but you know, most of the time you steal off the pitcher.
Leaning again, and a 2-2. There he goes.
But you so late in the Mark Ellis at bat, you know, he's got 2 strikes. He can't just try to defensively put that ball in play or spoil it. Looked like he had a good enough jump and would have had that base stolen easily, didn't it?
Yeah, and with this team, the way it's gone offensively, he gets on, nobody out. Put him in play. The way going.
The way things are going, if he gets thrown out, so be it.
Exactly.
But you've got to be aggressive, and I do believe that Mike Matheny wants him to be aggressive.
It's another 2-2 pitch, not running. And that's fouled back.
base stealer almost has to have an arrogance. You've got to have such great confidence yourself. You defy the opposition to throw you out. And when you're playing it so conservatively, you're afraid to make a mistake. That's a tough way to play the game. But when you say, I'm so, like he said in spring training, I'm going to steal 30, 40 bases this year. That's the attitude you want to have. Used to love to see Lou Brock go to the plate. Jerry Grody was the catcher in New York. And Lou would say, Jerry, I'm going to steal 5 bases off of you tonight. And he would get Jerry Grody so mad. Because Lou was an exceptional hitter, over 3,000 hits. He'd get on base and he'd tell Grody, I'm going on this pitch. You can't throw me out. And he would get into the head of the catcher, and it was just that game inside the game.
Shorter lead this time, and it's another check.
Now, as a pitcher, you want to vary your looks. You want to throw over there at times. You want to hold the ball longer than other times. Get that base runner to commit or take the spring out of his legs. You got to do all kinds of things to get him moving back to the bag.
Good at bat here by Ellis. See 9 pitches this at bat, total of 19. There he goes, and it's fouled back.
Like I said, you know, there's 2 strikes. Ellis just got to go out there and battle. You know, he swung at some tough pitches, some borderline pitches, but he's got to protect the plate. Hopefully, you get the right combination that Borges is running, and he gets a pitch, and you can either put him over at third base, if not drive him in.
John Jay was swinging a bat in the Cardinal dugout. The 2-2. Ball stays fair. Borges advances to second base.
I'm going to call back Adam Wainwright. John Jay will hit for him. Really love to see that steal, and then you would have accepted that little squibbler that would have put Borges over to third base with just 1 out. With his speed, Borges should be able to score on a base hit, or at least make it interesting. John Jay's been swinging the bat pretty well late.
Well, John Jay against this right-hander, 4 hits, 15 at bats. So Wainwright's night is through. Six innings, 7 hits, 2 runs. Both were earned. A walk, 4 strikeouts at 93 pitches for Wainwright. One out. Peter Borges, the runner at second base, and that's strike 1 on John Jay.
John Jay, 3 hits in his last 5 at bats. He had a base hit last night coming off the bench.
There's only a couple of teams that have not stolen third base, the Cardinals being one of those. No steals of third. 0-2 on Jay.
Molina stole it last night.
He's coming into the series,
yeah,
correct?
Coming in series.
Now Villanueva wants to visit with his catcher. 0-2 on John Jay.
John Jay 2 for 8 as a pinch hitter this year. Cardinal pinch hitters have really struggled. 10 for 44, no home runs and just 1 RBI. Cubs have 2 home runs and 7 pinch hit RBIs. Dan, you hardly ever, I bet in Lou Brock's career, it wasn't much more than a handful of times did he ever steal third base. His thinking was, I don't need to steal third, not worth the risk. I'm already in scoring position. I'm going to score from second base. Where you saw Coleman, you saw Ricky Henderson, a lot of the base stealers of today steal third frequently. I guess those guys aren't up today anymore, but
you steal third with 1 out, then it's the potential of the sacrifice fly that comes into play.
But down 2-1, you have to make it.
No doubt. Here's a 1-2 pitch to John Jay. Here it comes. Out of play. Crowd tonight of 43,627. 43627. Missed it the first time. Another crack at that souvenir.
Once again, if he could just dial that one in and drop that one in fair territory, we would have a tie game. He'd probably trade places with Borges out at second. Get Wainwright off the hook. Maybe even get him a win this inning. Cardinal starters not getting a lot of run support. Lengthy at bat. Looks like Wesley Wright warming up in the Cubs bullpen.
10 pitch at bat by Ellis. This has gone 8. They have 3 lefties in their pen.
Segrist continues to throw. He'll be the pitcher of record. The Cardinals take the mound, take the field. Hopefully, Cardinals will have a lead.
It's turned out to be a great at bat for John Jay. Big pitch right here on 3-2. Peter Borges, the runner at second base, as we play here in the bottom of the 6th. Borges is running. Throw to third. In there safely.
Nice ball 4-2. The runners at the corners. He got over there just a little later. Third steal for Borges. 3 attempts. See, he's sliding in there. Safe by plenty. And Cardinals not only have the tying run over at third base, but they have the potential winning run at first.
So Mark Ellis, 11 pitch at bat. John Jay, the 10 pitch walk. And Peter Borges stealing third. Now Rick Renteria, the slow walk out to the mound.
Got the lefty warming up. You have to believe he's going to go to his bullpen, and there's the signal.
And with that, we'll step aside. Wesley Wright coming on when we come back. Than 1 out. Runners at first and third. Wesley Wright is a lefty that's in. And a reminder that Toyota Cardinals Live will have Jim Edmonds and Ozzie Smith tomorrow. And a trip down memory lane. Those two will relive some of their finest moments. And that's tomorrow at 6:30. Also talk about defense as well. Big happy 40th birthday to Ryan Mortland, who is watching the ball game tonight. Happy birthday, Ryan Mortland. He's a big Cardinal fan. Chevy called to the pen. Wesley Wright is in. ERA of 2.38. We saw him pitch an awful lot with the Houston Astros, now with the Cubbies.
Yeah, back in 2008, when he was selected by Houston in the Rule 5 draft.
Matt Carpenter is 2 for 7 against this left-hander in his career. The Ellis at bat did not result in a hit, but it did do some damage with 11 pitches and then a 10-pitch at bat here by John Jay. The corners are in as they hold it first. The first pitch to Matt Carpenter instead of check on the runner. Cardinals in this ball game, they have had so many scoring opportunities. They have stranded 8.
Last year, the Cardinals would have had a ton of runs, and they hit 330, set an all-time record with runners in scoring position. This year, a little different, but their situational hitting has been getting better.
And the check on the runner.
You know, part of the reason you do this is you kind of one, you're keeping John Jay close there. You got the double play in order, but sometimes, you know, the bench will tell you to do this, and then they can read the intentions of Matt Carpenter, the hitter.
Cardinals have received 6 walks tonight.
7 hits, 6 walks, should have more runs than 1.
Carpenter, one of the best opportunities in this game was in the second inning with the bases loaded, and he lined out to center. Some hard hit balls tonight, but nothing to show for it, with the exception of an infield RBI hit for Matt Adams.
A little dribbler down the third base line, produced the only Cardinal run. As you said, sometimes balls have been hit right on the nose like Carpenter, but that team's been out on the field a long time defensively.
1-0, hit softly to short, and they throw it away. A run scores to tie it up at 2, and still only 1 out.
It wasn't hit hard enough to turn 2. They should have gotten an out on the play. Castro looked like, you know, and we just talked about, they've been in the field a long time. You see he throws the ball way off line. Cubs do catch a break. You know, way off to the side. That ball's going to sail on him, and then it hits the foot of John Jay. If it didn't hit the foot, it would have gone down the right field line, and John Jay could have gone to third base. Adam Wainwright's off the hook, but let's get him a win now. Can't get the loss, but he can get a win if the Cardinals continue to score.
Here's Peralta, left side base hit. Here comes Jay, and the Cardinals have the lead, 3-2. Johnny Peralta with RBI number 17.
John Jay out there at second base, just pulls the ball through the left side, gets the signal to come on home. The Cardinals have their first lead of the series. Wainwright has a chance for the victory. He'd be the first National League 7-game winner if the bullpen can hold it now. But there's nothing wrong with piling on.
Peralta has looked very good at the plate tonight. His 1 out was loud, and it was a ball that we both thought might be a home run that he hit to deep center field. Now a chance for Holiday with 1 out, runners at first and second. Holiday walked and scored back in the third. He's 0 for 1 against Wesley Wright. Segrist is loose, ready to roll, looking ahead to the 7th.
Dan, it looks like going to be one of those situations again that you put the bullpen under pressure. Got 3 innings to get 9 outs. He didn't use Segrist, Martinez, or Rosenthal, the Cardinal closer, last night, so they should be well rested. Didn't say well rested, but they got rest last night.
Holiday is due. He's sitting on 2 home runs. 1-1. Taps it back to right. Throws wide to the bag at first, but Rizzo stays on the bag, and runners advance to second and third. Alan Craig with a double back in the 5th inning. Struck out a couple of times in the first and the third.
Last year it would be automatic. Last 2 years he was the best hitter in the National League with runners in scoring position, over 400. And it really didn't matter much when there was 2 outs. He was that good. Even with all of his struggles this year, still has 16 RBIs.
And Craig lines it foul. Again, one of the biggest at bats in this inning. The John Jay walk setting this all up, and his career with 2 outs and runners in scoring position. Just great numbers for Craig at 343 to 9 home runs. He's driven in 89
with 2 outs.
Yeah,
just shows you how dangerous he's been. Last 2 years he's missed basically a month. 2 years ago it was the first month of the year with his knee recovering from surgery. Last year in September And he had 97 RBIs both years.
Craig lines it to second, and Darwin Barney stays on that play and comes up with it. Cardinals, though, pick up 2. They lead it 3-2. Now it's up to the three to 2 as we move to the 7th. Jake Arrieta, the walks caught up with him, 5 of them. Valbuena, a 2-run homer. Wainwright, the 6 innings, 7 hits, a chance at win number 7 tonight. And Johnny Peralta is 2 for 3 with an RBI. Chevy called to the pen. Kevin Segrist is in. This will be appearance number 20 for the big lefty.
It's team high, 20 appearance. He's got 9 holds, which is tied for second in the National League. 11 strikeouts in his last 4 2/3 innings. Giving up a few more hits this year. Opponents are batting .250 off him, but Johnny Peralta gives the Cardinals the lead. If the bullpen can get the final 9 outs, Wainwright will be the first National League 7-game winner.
It's Mike Aldretti going over that lineup card there with Mike Matheny, the bench coach. That's his job, to go over many of the scenarios that come up throughout the night for Mike Matheny. Give him ideas, things that could slip through the cracks. And the first pitch is taken for a ball by Darwin Barney. That was not an easy play to end the 7th. That ball was hit hard off the bat of Craig.
You know, he's a good little defensive player. Gold Gloves record a couple years ago.
And Barney here. Mike Alt is moved to the on-deck circle. He homered here last night. And then Bonifacio.
Darwin Barney size, you've always been labeled an overachiever. And one thing you better do is you better play good defense, and he does. But you're right. Stuck right in there, squared up to that ball, and played it perfectly.
Popped up to the right side. Adams giving chase out of play.
Kevin's what you call a late bloomer, and not uncharacteristic for left-handers to be take a little more time, as he was a 41st round selection. And he'll tell you he didn't throw anywhere near this hard when he was younger.
Carpenter Good play to his left again, playing Barney close to the line, and twice that has worked out quite well for the Cardinals.
And hit that hard, so he couldn't take a step or two to his left, get that ball, and then throw across the diamond. Mike Alt leads all National League rookies in home runs and RBIs. Got his 8th home run last night.
Control, Alt, delete. I'll tell you what, that's a guy that's working on a truck on a computer way too long to be coming up with that.
As we're approaching our 3rd hour of this game.
The very talented Keith Oberman is assistant Keith O'Brien in our truck.
Which one do you think came up with that one? Oberman or O'Brien?
Oberman. Absolutely.
Not O'Brien?
O'Brien is just there to oversee everything and make sure it's spelled properly.
Yeah.
But Oberman is the mastermind behind it. Two is taken low.
Yachty was ready to throw on down, thinking they had the strikeout. Right there, perfect pitch. But you can see where the umpire is set up. He can't really see that pitch down the way. He has to kind of guess at it.
3-2 pitch. And it's a walk. Segrist a little bit frustrated. He thought he had strike 3. So it's a walk to Control, Alt, delete. And we go back to the top of the lineup. And Bonifacio.
Alt was 1 for 6 as a pinch hitter and batting 187 overall, but very dangerous hitter, leading all National League rookies with home runs and RBIs. Now you've got the switching Bonifacio. He moves over to the right side, his natural side, where he hits 429.
He's singled to right. He is struck out and also grounded out. Milwaukee now leading 5-1 over Pittsburgh. That's in the top of the 8th. Two and 0. This strike zone has been tight all night. I mean, since the first pitch. Wainwright's looked back in a couple of times. Jake Arrieta looked in a couple of times, wondering, all right, where is the strike zone?
Last thing you want is that strike zone to change during the course of the game.
The 2-0 pitch. 2-1. Two and 2.
Segrist posted the lowest ERA by a Cardinal relief pitcher in team history. Minimum 35 innings with a 0.45 ERA over 45 appearances. Lowest marked by a major league reliever last year, or really since 1911, but that's what he did last year, his first time in the big leagues.
3-2.
Last year he was not scored upon at Busch Stadium all season long, and they covered 20+ innings and 24 appearances.
See if they want to start the runner on a 3-2 pitch here.
Strike him out, throw him out.
Not running, and it's hit out of play.
Neshek is warming up behind Segras. Neshek was lost in yesterday's ball game. Had a 1-2-3 inning. Not many could say that.
Runner goes, and a throw to second. Double play. Strike him out. Throw him out. That's what they did. Does it get any better than that? Come on, keep coming. Time to stretch. Can earn 2% back in fan rewards on every purchase, including Cardinals tickets. It's StubHub. With all-in pricing, there are no surprise fees at checkout. StubHub, it's your ticket to upgrades and more. Neil Ramirez, our Chevy call to the pen.
Neil will turn 25 later this month. Came off of waivers from Texas. And he was satisfying a player to be named later component in the Matt Garza deal. Boy, they did get some value in that deal with Texas, and then Texas couldn't re-sign him. He's now pitching with Milwaukee, so that was a very, very good trade for Chicago. Last year he was 9-3 at Frisco, 384 and 21 starts. He also made one start at Double-A for Chicago, no record. And he's pitched well up here. He's struck out 10, walked 1. He's allowed 1 run, and that was on a home run ball.
Yadier Molina will lead it off. A single back in the third. He's flied out to right and was called out on strikes. That's a foul ball. An absolute cannon from Molina behind home plate. And there was even a slight hesitation, too. It wasn't a smooth transition into the throw.
If you just watched Molina and you just said, well, darn, they stole that base, but he had him out by plenty. Peralta was sitting there with the ball waiting for the runner to slide into his tag.
Nothing in two, the count on Yadier Molina. The Cardinals with 10 stranded tonight. A bit of a concern with a 1-run lead. The view from right behind the Cardinal dugout.
Can't wait to get those tickets that close. And you see all the ex-players, they bring their family and they'll sit a lot further away with protection of a screen saying no thank you.
1-2 outside, and it's 2-2. Kansas City with a win over Colorado in the interleague series and matchup 5-1. San Diego over Cincinnati 2-1. Toronto over Cleveland 5-4. Angels over the Phillies 4-3. The return of Mike Trout to the Philly area. They said it was the most media they've had in years in a regular season game.
From the New Jersey area?
Yeah.
Right up there.
Strikeout of Molina. He smashes his bat.
There's worked both sides of the plate. Finally gets him to expand his zone, swinging a pitch away. Look at the movement on that ball, and Yadier frustrated as he rarely will swing and miss, but rarely will he swing a pitch that far outside.
Matt Adams. Adams with an infield hit that brought in the first Cardinal run tonight. The tsunami is getting loose. Carlos Martinez. The check swing. 1 ball, 1 strike.
That good or bad?
That's his nickname.
The tsunami. Does a lot of damage.
1-1 the count on Adams. The fastball that's taken outside. Tom Mee, our great director tonight. The 2-2 hit the other way and a base hit. Mike Elling, our producer, Keith O'Brien and Keith Olbermann, Danny Martinez, Brian McCann, and the rest of our outstanding crew here tonight. A base hit for Matt Adams, his second hit tonight.
And we're seeing more and more of him taking an outside pitch and driving it towards the opposite field. And we're seeing less and less of the extreme shifts against him because of that ability.
Peter Borges nearly made it into our booth with that
might have been the closest
foul
one,
ball.
right?
Yeah, that's pretty close. I barely moved. You were ducking under the table as usual.
I was trying. It actually was closer to the radio, but right below us, right there, that gentleman got the ball. And you can see you give it to that young man by a couple seats behind him. Nice going. And that really wasn't ducking. That was really trying to protect you and your 4 lovely children, beautiful wife.
Let's just stop right there, Al. One ball, 1 strike.
Of course, Libby did tell me I could stop doing that because your insurance is paid up.
Oh, I'm sure. She'd be happy
in
with
fact, she preferred that I stop doing that. Trying to protect you.
Could be 2 as they step on the bag, and it's a double play. West. Let's go to our studio right across the street and a Bomberito Sports Update with Jim Hayes and Pat Paris. All right, guys, looking forward to the post-game show. The Cardinals right now clinging to a 3-2 lead here in the top of the 8th. Segrist a scoreless 7th. And Balbuena, who hits from this side of the plate, left side, will face Kevin Segrist. You also have Rizzo, who's on deck, who hits from the left side. So an extended appearance for Kevin.
Kevin's got these first 2 lefties. And then you got Starling Castro, and Nate Scherholtz another lefty. So once he gets rid of the first 2 lefties, might let him stay in anyway.
Popped up and out of play. We haven't had a foul ball make it into the booth yet, have we?
No, we have not.
Old ballpark that is
gotta be a pretty good shot because this overhang here. Have to have the right angle and trajectory.
Hard line drive would have to come in here.
Too many have gone over our head either end of the upper deck. Straight back.
Good to see you smile, Al.
I was thinking of hurting somebody.
That's popped up. Out of play.
Seagrass up to 24 pitches, so might as well get 2 innings out of him. Probably shut him down for tomorrow. Might be able to save, an outing for Martinez, who's warming up behind him.
It's the second or third time that Molina was ready to throw it down to third, thinking he had a strikeout. Seagrass, just watching his mannerisms, he wasn't happy about it. And a 3-2 to Valbuena. Here it comes. Be careful. And that is a strikeout.
Let's see. Just overpowering with a fastball up and does go around. That ball at the top of the strike zone or above it, just hard to lay off it. You see it so well, it's eye level, and the only thing you can do is either swing through it or pop it up. In that case, a check swing, but he went around. Fastball in. He got it in far enough. Just a pitch right in there sets up all kinds of different things. One hitter thinks, okay, now it's going to be a breaking ball away, but boy, I don't want to dive across there, and you run another pitch inside. He's coming right back inside and didn't get it right there, but he put the fear in him of a pitch inside that and he swings and misses at.
Here's a 1-1.
Now you go the breaking ball away, but never was a strike, so he lays off it. Good sweeping breaking ball, but it's got to get up a little bit. This is fastball away.
This becomes a big pitch in this at bat right here. Rizzo, very good power with 7 home runs. Hitless tonight. Doesn't chase, takes the walk. He'll do that an awful lot too. This copyrighted telecast is presented by the authority of the Cardinals. It may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the St. Louis Cardinals. What do you know? A double switch coming up from Mike Matheny. 3-2 St. Louis. So Martinez in to face Starlin Castro. Runner at first and one out. Driven out to left field. Holiday is there. That ball was stung. And back to the bag at first goes Rizzo.
So I say a lot of times, you'll know real quick whether he's on or not. Sometimes he doesn't have luck. In this case, ball just a bullet, but right at the left fielder, Matt Holliday brings it in for the second out.
Nate Schierholtz
playing with a little bit of fire once again with the Cardinals not scoring many runs. You could have Martinez get out of this 8th inning with a run lead, and then you go to the 9th with your closer in a 1-run game, and you've already, you've used your big 3. But came into the season thinking these youngsters are good enough that every time they have a lead, they should close it out.
No balls and 1 strike with 2 outs and a runner at first. Schierholtz tonight has been on base a couple of times with a walk and a single. So what you're saying, Al, is that this team is playing with fire right now, having stranded 10.
I mean, just the fact that you're doing what you have to do, but put the bullpen under a lot of pressure. Rosenthal's been perfect this year in saves, but he's done it with a lot of trouble. He's got the high ERA.
Well, we may find out tonight. 1 ball and 2 strikes with 2 outs and a runner at first. And a 3-2 St. Louis lead. The next from Martinez. Didn't miss by much.
Rosenthal is 10 for 10 in save opportunities, but he's 0-1 with an ERA just under 5.
You've double switched Martinez. If you wanted him to stay in this game, certainly you could think that could happen for the 9th inning. He's only at 5 pitches right now.
But if you go to how we've been using it, if we don't score any runs, you go automatically go to. Going to get out of the 8th, and we'll find out.
Cardinals baseball is brought to you by Budweiser. Great times are winning. Grab some buds. And by Ford, the official cars and trucks of the St. Louis Cardinals. Bottom of the 8th rolls in, and it's 3-2 St. Louis. Cardinals about hit the Cubbies 8-7, but they have stranded 10 tonight. If St. Louis can hold on, it'd be a victory for Adam Wainwright. And for the Cardinals as a team, would get them back to the 500 mark at 20-20.
All I'm saying, just make it a lot easier if the Cardinals could add on and score a couple insurance runs. The Cardinals have only won 3 games this year. They're 3-16 when scoring 3 runs or less. Ramirez is second inning to work.
Mark Ellis, last time up, an 11-pitch at bat as he spins away from a strike. And following that, a key at bat in the inning, which the Cardinals took the lead, was John Jay. And it all started with Peter Borges laying down a bunt in the 6th inning. One ball, 2 strikes. Ellis, Butler, and Carpenter.
Has hit .385 this year against Chicago.
The 1-2. This is outside. 2 balls, 2 strikes. The Cubs will have Castillo, Lake, and Barney due up in the 9th. Ground ball deep in the hole. Long throw. The pick by Rizzo. What a play on both ends.
Nice play, Castro went back on the grass, set himself, long throw across, short hops Rizzo, and with a nice soft hands, Rizzo picks it out of the dirt, and they got the first out. Get that ball out there, a lot of times you get a nice true hop and makes it a lot easier for the first baseman. Joey Butler will get his first at bat. Rosenthal is thrown in the Cardinal bullpen. Russell for the Cubs.
One out, nobody on for Joey Butler. There's a good rip. You know, I asked Mike Matheny the other day about Butler playing right field, and he said, well, his comfort level from what we've seen, he's a left fielder, but if need be, I guess we could put him in right. Well, we find out tonight he's in right field in that double switch.
Smart enough to say, yeah, I could play there. But he's intriguing. He's 28 years of age. He did play 8 games last year with Texas. Hit .333 in those 8 games. But he gives you a little protection coming off the bench, put a little fear in the opposition, hit the ball out. And his role in Memphis was he was kind of the 4th outfielder with the very talented Cardinal prospects. He DH'd, played a little left field down there, so he was accustomed to coming off the bench. Hit .360, had 5 home runs. There was 20 RBIs and a .481 on base percentage.
2 down.
Ramirez just overpowers him upstairs, chases it, and strikes out. We're going to go to Russell as they have a double switch.
Of the 8th, 2 outs, and Johnny Peralta has come through a couple of times tonight. This our Nissan drive of the game. Peralta with an RBI single that was in the 6th inning. Big at bat by John Jay, coming off the bench and drawing a walk. Leads us now to our Chevy call to the pen, and James Russell is in for the Chicago Cubs. This will be his 15th appearance. Coughlin took over in the outfield and right, and Matt Carpenter is your hitter for St. Louis.
Former National League Rookie of the Year, Chris Coughlin, playing for Miami. Struggled since that time. James Russell has been a very reliable setup left-handed specialist. Also high ERA this year. He's 0-1, ERA over 5.5. Pitching in his 15th game and only a total of 8 innings worked.
No balls and 2 strikes. His daddy was a reliever in the big leagues.
Marlins pitcher Jose Fernandez has a significant tear in his right elbow. Oh, look for him to go under the knife. What, 17, 18 major league pitchers this year have had Tommy John surgery?
1 ball and 2 strikes. That's a blow for baseball.
It really is. Last year's National League Rookie of the Year, having a good season, very exciting, flamboyant young man from Cuba.
Two and 2. Trevor Rosenthal, the excitement of Sunday night, will be asked to close it out here in game 2 against the Cubs. Castillo, Lake, and Barney. That home run for Castillo was earlier this year.
Home run, a triple for Lake, double by Barney.
The 2-2. Well, typical Matt Carpenter at bat, runs the count full.
Sure would be nice to get another insurance run or two. You're in a 1-run game, You could lose your top 3 relievers, go into extra innings.
Can they get to it? Playable. Catch is made. Valbuena. Trevor Rosenthal will come on when we come back. St. Louis, top of the 9th, will roll in. Been a long night of baseball, but it could be a productive night for the Cardinals if Trevor Rosenthal can pick up the save. He's 10 of 10 right now in that category. It's our Chevy call to the pen.
Yeah, only Houston Street is 11 for 11 in save conversions at 100%. Hasn't always been easy for him because he's 0-1, has an ERA of 4.96. He does have that strikeout potential. 20 strikeouts in 15 plus innings. You know, when you're playing 500 baseball, it hasn't been magnified, where the fact it seems like every time we win you have to use Rosenthal at the end, Segras, Martinez for the 7th and 8th inning. There's been a couple times when you will lose 2 of those 3 guys and they won't be available because they're almost pitching every night. But because you're playing 500, a lot of times you're not pitching them. But if you keep that going, when you start playing and playing much better, there's going to be a bunch of times you might not have all 3 of them.
It's a crazy way to end the game on the road trip on Sunday night in Pittsburgh. Bases loaded and a 1-2-3 double play to finish it off. Castillo couldn't catch up that pitch at 96. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
He came in with a 2-run lead. They gave up the 1 run. Then he had the bases loaded and nobody out with a 1-run lead and did the Houdini act and got out of it. You're not going to scare him.
Well, with a changeup.
Now he's well documented that somewhere down the road, and you know, hopefully he'll get an opportunity to start. But right now he's got a very important role in this ball club. You know he can do this job. You don't know if he can be a reliable starter. And for a couple of years, hey, why not stay with this one? And it's almost sometimes a detriment to a young pitcher, especially if you got the 4 pitches that he has, because it's very hard to keep 4 pitches, keep them quality out of the bullpen.
And a line drive into right. Butler makes the catch. One away.
Looks like he's been there all his life.
First inning saw Adam Wainwright with 6 pitches to get out of the inning. All were strikes. That seems like a week ago.
Just think, Dan, we're under the speed up rules too.
I'm okay with the pace of play and the speed of games. It is what it is. Sometimes I wish it was just slightly quicker.
So is Major League Baseball.
It's been talked about a lot.
And you know, in my mind, there's a simple way to speed up the game. Tell the hitters they can't leave the batter's box. Tell the umpires to call strikes. Call the textbook strike zone.
And a base hit out to left. Lake steps on the bag and was hustling out of the batter's box. The Cardinals outfield was playing very deep, so Junior Lake hustling.
Breaking ball stays up, doesn't do much.
Cardinals would love the double play to end this game. Darwin Barney at the plate. 1 ball and 1 strike. Cranked it up to 97 on that pitch.
Darwin's going to battle you, but reality is he's batting 179. He can get 2 outs for 1, take it.
Does get you by surprise when some of these saves don't go as easy as it was at times last year. It almost was too easy.
Yeah,
it seemed like.
Well, I mean, it's just the way Segrist was, Martinez was, and Rosenthal. You know, you expected them never to give up a run, and the reality is they will.
But you've got to pump strikes. 3-1. They are guarding the line even down at third with Darwin Barney, and he walked him. I think Rosenthal is fighting this strike zone a little bit right now too. Wainwright a chance for a victory tonight. Budweiser player of the game, 6 innings, 7 hits, couple of runs, 1 walk. He struck out 4. Derek Lilliquist out to visit. 2 runners on with the game on the line here.
I'm sure Derek said, you know, hey, just throw strikes. You know, if they beat you with base hits, so be it. But don't be walking people. Don't make it, you've made it tough enough on yourself. This is Coughlin. His career pinch hitting. On the season, he's just batting 188. What was it, 2009? He was the National League Rookie of the Year and struggled since.
First and second with 1 out. The visit by Lilliquist to settle Rosenthal down, go over the situation. A base hit could tie this game up. First pitch, a beauty in there for a strike.
Came up on May 3rd to replace Ryan Sweeney, who landed on the DL with a hamstring injury.
That's strike 2.
And it just looks like Derek Wilderquist come out and said, hey, just play old-fashioned hardball. Go out there, just throw strikes. Don't worry about a thing. Your stuff will overcome these Cubs hitters.
And he got him. 2 down. Nothing fancy about that.
Pumped a couple fastballs in there, and then he pulls the string on him for the strikeout. 2 outs.
He gets this final out. It's reminiscent of the visit that he had in Washington. You may recall where Derek Wilderquist came out, got after him a little bit, but he's still 1 out away.
And I'm sure Yachty went out there and just said, now, okay, you got the second out. Now be smart. Bonifacio is one of these slap hitters. He's got good speed. So just go out there and overpower him. Throw strikes.
Ball 1 on Bonifacio. Single back in the 5th. Couple of strikeouts and a ground out to Adams to start the game. The 1-0.
Here's where you want it. You want it upstairs. So if he does hit it, he'll pop it up. Hit a harmless fly ball. You got your infielders, or excuse me, your outfielders are way in. You throw it down is when he can just chop down on it and utilize his speed.
Fly ball into right, and this drops in. The game is tied. Bonifacio comes through with 2 outs here in the 9th. 3-3.
Second
no win for Wainwright and a blown save for Rosenthal.
First of the year, but now make sure off-speed pitch did him a favor. Sped up his bat. Butler playing it very conservative, really all over the place on it. He couldn't have caught it, but there wasn't any way he was going to throw out Junior Lake, who tied the scoring run. Now maintain this tie ball game and get your team back on offense.
Popped up. Alec Gray. Bottom of the 9th rolls in when we come back. And the Cubs with Bonifacio, they have tied it up. I'm not sure he would have made the catch, but I'd be curious to go back to see where Joey Butler was playing with Bonifacio at the plate. As it drops in for a hit, I'm not sure he took a very good route, number one, and number two, how deep was he playing? But regardless, it's tied it up.
I don't think he would have made the catch, but he didn't take a good route.
Let's take a look here.
Line drive. See, he goes to his left. He kind of stutter steps back to park, but that ball falls 15, 20 feet in front of him.
I'm not so sure. So all it does, Al, is set up a potential walk-off for the Cardinals.
And Johnny Peralta's had a nice night. Couple base hits, a walk, been on base 3 times. He had the big RBI to give the Cardinals the lead. Now can he win it? James Russell out, got the final out in the 8th.
Good cut by Peralta. Johnny tonight with a single, a walk. He flied to deep center. And then RBI single in the 6th. It's 1 ball and 1 strike. Well, you mentioned your concern if you went into extra innings. Your bullpen and what you've got out there.
It's like Sam Freeman just recalled today, the young lefty from the University of Kansas, warming up for the Cardinals. That baseball powerhouse, the Kansas Jayhawks. He's got a good arm. We've seen him the last two years. His first appearance this year. Make a 3-1 mistake to Johnny Peralta.
And a ground ball that's hit to short. 1 away. You know, Mike Matheny decided to go with a double switch, and now Adams is out of this game. As it unfolded, he didn't necessarily have to do that, but Mike elected to go with that move. And unfortunately, Adams is out. And that pitch is taken low by Holiday.
You know, Mike did everything that he has done in the past with his bullpen. I'm just saying it's getting very predictable, and without the offense scoring more runs for them.
Holiday with a fly ball hit down the right field line, and it's out of play. Well, Matt Holliday has beaten the Chicago Cubs before. This was into the bullpen his first season in St. Louis, which was 2009, the walk-off winner.
Playing very deep in the outfield. They bunch him really off the left field line, expecting him to hit towards the Cardinal bullpen.
Two and two. Against Russell, Holiday is 1 for 7, 3 strikeouts. Two down.
Flying pitch well off the plate, and he goes after it. Russell's retired all 3 batters he's faced. Alan Craig get a chance to be the hero tonight.
1-1 pitch. Low and outside.
Cardinal fans that have stuck around are trying to cheer their team on.
The 2-1 pitch to Craig. 3-1. Yadier Molina on deck. Outfield extremely deep for the Chicago Cubs.
They'll allow a single hit in front of them, but don't want to give up any extra base hits. No ball should be hit over their head that stays in the park.
Craig hits it down the right field line, and it's out of play.
And the West Coast games are in the 6th inning.
Craig hits a fly ball out to right, and we've got extra innings. 3-3 game as we head to the 10th here in St. Louis. Jack Link's beef jerky. Feed your wild side. So the 10th inning rolls in, and Sam Freeman is into the ball game. Chevy Cole to the pin. Those are his numbers from last season. He's a hard-throwing lefty, and biggest concern that they've had with Sam over the years is just simply throwing strikes. They love his stuff. They think he can be a very reliable reliever at this level if he throws strikes. So we'll see if he can start doing that here in this inning.
Think about Sam Freeman. First time we saw him a couple years ago, he had that 95, 96 mile an hour fastball, and he had a breaking ball. He could only throw strikes with a breaking ball, which is very odd. Then last year he was much improved with his command. And I expect this year, you know, we're even going to see more improvement with him, and maybe he's ready to live up to the advanced billing.
And the first pitch is right down the middle, knee high, and taken for ball one. Anthony Rizzo at the plate. Pitch inside and high, maybe, and call the strike. 1-1. Hitless tonight. A walk back in the 8th for Rizzo. The breaking ball taken low outside.
See, it's pretty good breaking ball. little bite to it.
Three and one.
Some people say, you don't really want to put a guy who just calls up. You don't want to put him under the fire in a 3-3 ball game. But I say you want to do it.
And he walks him.
Until you put him into these type of games, you really don't know whether he's going to be able to help you. So Mike Matheny's given him an opportunity to be a hero tonight. Walk the first batter. Now just relax a little bit, get the ground ball double play.
Here's Starlin Castro. Pitch in the dirt for ball one.
Neshek starts throwing in the Cardinal bullpen. Schlitter, the big right-hander for the Cubs.
Two and 0. Two and one.
Throws the breaking ball there and gets a strike. Cubs playing with a short bench, and they got Travis Wood, last night's starter, on the on-deck circle.
Reached base a couple of times in game one.
He's a good hitting pitcher, and it's not the first time he's been used as a pinch hitter this year.
The 2-1 pitch outside, 3-1. This becomes a very big pitch for Sam Freeman right here.
Absolutely.
You've got Neshek ready to go in the pen.
Neshek has been good at stranding runners, but he would love to see Castro hit into a double play. Runner was moving on that 3-2 pitch. Fouls it. Do it again. This is Sam Freeman's 38th big league game. 24 games in 2012. 13 games last year, big league level. Want to know last year, his first big league win. So he's won a game, he's lost a game, should be no big deal. Just go out there and do your job. Throw strikes.
Strike him out, throw him out. The second time it's happened tonight.
Rizzo has much of a chance. He's got to have contact by Castro. He swings through it, and then it's just academic as Rizzo looking in. He'll look in there like he's supposed to, but that slows you down and runs into the tag.
Good tailing action on that pitch by Freeman.
Trust me, that little double play has done a little wonders for his psyche right now. It's also kept him in the game.
Travis Wood is the pinch hitter. 1 ball, 1 strike with 2 outs.
Travis is hitting .231 this year. Very good for a pitcher. 13 at bats, 3 hits. He's got a double and a home run and 4 RBIs.
Schlitter and Rendon, the 2 righties.
I would think if it stays tied, we'll see Schlitter. If he gets the lead, we'll see Rendon.
Cardinals will have Molina, Freeman spot, then Borges due up. The 2-2. Good work by Sam Freeman. Season long, and it's a 3-3 game as we move to the home half of the 10th. They're still waiting at our Fox Sports Midwest studio over at Ballpark Village for this one to finish up. Brian Schlitter is into the ball game. Our Chevy called to the pen, and this will be appearance number 16 for the right-hander. Appeared in the game last night.
Got 2 wins, 1 loss already. His second stint with the Cubs. His first major league win came at the expense of the Cardinals on May the 3rd. Tossed 2/3 of his scoreless innings in relief. He's had a quiet night other than doing an outstanding job defensively. Getting 2 double plays, 2 strike him out, throw him outs.
Molina with 4 home runs this year. Outfield is deep straight away. The first pitch is a broken bat and an out. Almost caught the Cubs pitcher. That's stuck in the grass. Look at that. That's dangerous right there.
Scalzo will now pinch hit. letting them avoid that bat hitting him. Well, last night, Descalzo got the final out against the Cubs. Maybe he will put this game away here tonight.
Hit the other way, and a catch is made by Lake on the run.
Alzo's been the Cardinals' best pinch hitter, now 4 for 11 with an RBI. The only RBI a pinch hitter has. Maybe Borges is getting tired and he wants to end it.
So 2 outs, nobody on. 2 for 4 with a double, a single, a run scored.
See why the Cubs, or every team, should make it a mission to keep him off the bases.
Really a key at bat, a bunt base hit back in the 6th inning. Eventually wound up at second, stole third, and scored a run. His defense is also, though, really improved. As you see the third baseman, Valbuena, right on the line and even with the bag, now in a step or two. And here's the 0-1. Make it 0-2. Neshek is ready to go for the 11th inning if we get there. Inning rolls in when we come back. All season long, Jack Link's beef jerky. Feed your wild side. Lowest winning percentage in extra innings since 2012. The Cardinals are 12-21. The Cubs are 12-16. So that's uplifting. Chevy call to the pen, and this guy is uplifting.
Exactly. Yes, he's pitched very well. His 20th appearance. He's done a good job. He's been on quite a roll. He hadn't given up a run since April the 9th. That covers 12 1/3 innings, 14 appearances. He's tied for first with his 20th appearance here tonight. He had a 1-2-3 inning in last night's ball game.
Wellington Castillo at the plate. 2 balls and no strikes. We got here as Trevor Rosenthal was trying to close this game out. Emilio Bonifacio at the plate with 2 outs and a runner at second. And a base hit into right. 2-1. Two and two. Cardinals will have Ellis, Butler, Carpenter coming up, as Pat Neshek is trying to make sure it stays 3-3. Castillo here, then Lake and Barney for the Northsiders.
So tough to win a game on the road in extra innings. Home team only has to get 3 out. You have to get 6.
In the air, backing up Peralta. 1 away. Story tonight, Yadier Molina is one of them. The fact that he has had 2 caught stealing, 2 double plays, to strike him out, throw him out, to end threats. As Chris Maloney is setting up some of the defense for the Cardinals here.
Cubs have hit into or swung into 3 double plays tonight.
And the other one was the odd variety too. Your 5-3 double play in which the 5 was Carpenter, part of a shift, stepping on the bag at second. 1 ball, 1 strike. Lake pops it up. Two outs.
And drops down and then just fires, slings that ball, stays inside. He uppercuts it, and foul ball that's in the glove. So 2 outs. Darwin Barney.
Strike at the knees to Darwin Barney. How about Pat Neshek? He's coming in, pumping strikes.
That's it. And, you know, he's going out there, just firing strikes, throws from an unusual angle, not comfortable. Not good enough stuff. He can throw it by. He's got, you know, he gets the fastball, which is much improved this year. And he's got the good breaking ball to put him away with. Pitching with a lot of confidence, and Mike Matheny and Derek Lilliquist are gaining a lot of confidence in him also.
1 ball and 2 strikes.
Looks like he's going to go all the way submarine like a Quisenberry or Ted Abernathy, Colby, but then it gets a certain point, and then he slings, gets the elbow up, and just fires it from a weird angle.
Well, you'd have to say that Randy Choate off limits tonight, so you're left with Manus and Rondon after Pat Neshek, who's primarily been a 1-inning pitcher.
Manus has thrown in a couple games in a row. Like Choate yesterday had the just a horrible outing through 35 pitches.
Yeah.
And at all costs, you would avoid him. Knowing he's a competitor, if he was asked, he'd say, "I'd be ready." Since you used Descalzo, you might have to go to him. You might be forced at some point in this game, if it goes long enough, to bring in Rondon for his major league debut. But if you come into this game and you're the last option, you do the job, or all of a sudden everybody's feeling good about you, and you put yourself on the map.
Great work again, Pat Neshek. The Cardinals win it in the 11th. We'll find out after a brief timeout. 3-3 Cubs Cardinals game 2. Redbirds have stranded 10, and we're tied the score of 3-3. Schlitter in his second inning of work.
Well past the 4-hour mark in this ball game. And
oh, Al, you'd stay all night for a Cardinal win. I know you.
I sure would.
You betcha.
I also would pack up real quick if we won it right here on the 11th. So I'd get home and watch the post-game show.
I would have to think it'd be Rondon if you don't extend Neshek, because Manus has been 3 days in a row.
Yeah.
And showed with the 35 pitches. So
that was one of the reasons why it was. Now they got Manus warming up. Kind of a necessity to bring in 2 relievers today.
That's chopped foul off the bat of Mark Ellis. 1 ball and 1 strike. Fans wanting a souvenir from the secret weapon.
Mark hit 6 home runs last year for the Dodgers. Pretty good time to get your first one for the Cardinals, wouldn't it?
Yes, sir.
Oh, you want one too, huh?
1-1 pitch. 1 away. Butler struck out back in the 8th. chops it foul. 1 ball and 1 strike.
Joey Butler's never hit a home run in the major leagues. 72 in the minor leagues prior to this season. Over 2,700 at bats in the minor leagues.
Out to right field. What a hard hit ball, but caught by Coughlin. And there's 2 away.
Carpenter 0 for 4 in this game. Did pick up an RBI. For his last 14.
Seth Maness continuing to throw. Which would give him 4 consecutive days. 2 balls and no strikes on Matt Carpenter.
A lot of times today they don't get a reliever up unless they're going to use them, especially if you've pitched 3 consecutive days.
2-1.
You know, Dan, in the old days you had shorter bullpen and everybody had a responsibility down there. You knew when a manager wants to rest you. So if he goes to a Seth Maness like tonight, 4 days in a row, you just go out there and do the best you can. He wouldn't use you unless he thought you were the best option. And ball club knows that you're going out there 3 previous nights, won't have your best up, but just relax, do your job, and hope for the best.
The 8th, the 9th, the 10th, and 11th of August last year, Maness did pitch 4 in a row. So he has done it. The 2-2. Take it down and in. 3-2 on Carpenter.
Thing we might say though is last year he was so efficient.
Yeah.
And so good that he might have thrown half as many pitches in those 4 outings as he has in the last 3. But he's starting to get better, getting better results, getting more ground balls at people.
3-2 is a high fly ball into deep right center field, and that ball is caught. Bonifacio with the catch up against the wall. Carpenter gave it a ride, just not far enough. That sends us to the 12th. to Seth Maness. So working 4 days in a row here for Seth. And the Cardinals right now in their bullpen would be down to Rondon, and Randy Choate is listed, but you wouldn't think available after the 35 pitches last night.
Well, you're already out of territory where you didn't want to use Seth Maness.
Remember I was telling you about the media waiting for Mike Trout?
Yes.
Bob Nightingale of USA Today says that the TV crews and photographers awaiting Trout was the largest for a road game since Reggie Jackson back in 1982 when he showed up. Pretty amazing.
Of course, Reggie was from Philadelphia too, if I remember. Suburbs there, his family.
Yep. One ball, one strike.
That was also in, was it a World Series play? Didn't have interleague play back then.
No.
Never played in the National League, Reggie Jackson. So
2-1 is a ground ball that's hit to second, and Coughlin is the first out. I guess the question now becomes, if you had to go to 13, 14 innings, who knows how long, but how long can you stay with Seth Maness working in his 4th consecutive game?
You know, the old days, they used to say a sinker ball pitcher, he was more effective when he was tired. The more tired he was, the more he wears out, able to easily stay on top of the ball.
That's hit out to left, and nice play by Holiday up against the stands.
Yep, nice play right there. Had him played defensively very well. And boy, with Bonifacio's speed, if this ball gets down into that corner, it's extra bases. So Matt helping out Seth Maness very quickly. 5 pitches, 2 outs.
That helps, no doubt about it. So with 2 down, it's Valbuena, who homered earlier tonight.
And I honestly believe that players today, you know, the ownership, managers, organizations really protect the players. But there's so much money to be made. They're so worried about not getting hurt that they're so protective that they're overprotective.
Left center, and that ball will get down. Valbuena on his way to second base, and the go-ahead run in scoring position.
Now 2 outs. Look at the movement. Good movement on there, but you know, you got a lefty, low ball hitter, and just plugs the gap out in left center. Well, we're seeing some of the best movement now. They're going to put on Rizzo. Get to Castro, right-handed hitter. Look at the percentages. Old days, we didn't really worry about money. We all played for it, but there wasn't that much of it. And the only way you got a contract for next year is if you pitch this year. So once you sign your contract, you didn't really think about those things. You just tried to put up good numbers. You tried to stay healthy. Think about it. Early in my career, when there were no surgeries, no Tommy John, no rotator cuff, it was an old-fashioned sore arm. Either you found a way to reinvent yourself or you went home. Nobody had heard about taking a year or 2 off to recover from a surgery until Tommy John. And that had to be an odd situation where it must have been a first year and a 2 or 3 year contract. They were so rare back then. But normally, if you're on a 1-year contract, they weren't going to pay you for 2 years to not pitch.
2-0 on Castro. Rick Horton has just tweeted out that you get special Cardinal fan points if you watch the entire postgame tonight / this morning. Ricky will have it for you along with Pat Paris. We'll be tuned in. 3-0.
I'll start tweeting right now to Rick and Pat. They better not give out my handle.
Three and 1.
Still a little mad at you. Ever since you talked about me being on Twitter, I'm up to 74 million now.
It's amazing.
Got 2 million more just because you mentioned it.
It's fouled back, and it's 3 and 2.
This crowd, they're into it.
And a ground ball to the right side. Ellis makes the play. The Cubs, they strand 2. Cardinals another chance to win it. Peralta, Holiday, and Craig coming up. In a 3-3 game. The 6th inning, that's when the Cardinals were able to generate some offense. Matt Carpenter with a ground out that Peter Borges was able to score on, and then it was a base hit that would score John Jay. 9th inning, 2 outs. Rosenthal to Bonifacio and a base hit into right field.
Graham appearing for the 20th time. He's 1-1 record, 3.18 ERA, a hit per inning, more than a strikeout per inning, a few more walks than what you'd like, and he's allowed 1 home run. Wouldn't that be nice right now? They got Rondon and Roscup left in their bullpen.
And the first pitch to Johnny Peralta, a breaking ball and a good one. It froze him.
And here's the third of 4 prospects that the Cubs got for Matt Garza from Texas. Justin Grimm.
Five for 7 against this right-hander.
Now that's the kind of stuff we want to see. I'm still 25 years of age, turned 26 in middle of August.
In the air to right field, and a base hit with that line drive.
That's how you get things started. Long night for Matt Holliday. Take a look at Johnny Peralta, his third hit of the night. He's been on base hit with the 3 hits and a walk.
All right, leadoff hit for Peralta. Now it's Holliday.
Holliday 0 for 4 with a walk and a run scored, but he's reached base every game we've played here in St. Louis this year.
First pitch, it's popped up. Rizzo is over near the dugout and makes the play. In steps Alan Craig with 1 down.
Now these guys are getting too tired to get pitches to hit, and they uppercut him, getting underneath them and popping them up. Alan Craig 1 for 5. Last time up, hit a line drive to right that was caught. Hit them where they aren't.
First 3-hit game of the season for Peralta. He stands at first base. Alan Craig at the plate. Check on the Cardinals shortstop, who's not going anywhere.
How about Peralta? He's had his average up to 250 now. He went on the last road trip. He was still about 150.
Outfield is deep. First pitch to Craig. Rondon is pitching and warming up in the pen.
You could try and pick a more casual time for Rondon's first major league appearance, but out of necessity tonight. But win it right here, and we can talk about it tomorrow.
1-0 pitch. The 2-0 pitch on its way. Now 3-0. Yadier Molina on deck.
A nice crowd at Ballpark Village. They're ready to celebrate.
Winning run is in scoring position.
God, he wouldn't wait for the 12th for his first hit of the game and make it a game winner, would he? Rizzo trying to tell Grimm, hey, just throw strikes. We'll do the job behind you.
Greg Garcia has moved to the on-deck circle. Will we see him A chance here for Yadier Molina. Johnny Peralta represents the winning run, and now the infield is in a step or two. The outfield now way in from where they were. Good breaking ball, drops in for a strike.
Garcia's on deck. Only have Garcia and Tony Cruz, the backup catcher. Renteria's been handicapped all night as he's been playing with a short bench. He only had 4 extra men. Use Travis Wood as a pinch hitter. I don't know if something's wrong with Kalish. We haven't seen him, and we haven't seen their backup catcher, John Baker.
The 0-1.
Boy.
2-1.
Hanger right there.
Could win it with this swing of the bat right here. 2 balls, 1 strike on Molina. Here it comes. 3-1.
3 curveballs and a fastball in this sequence. So it's a multi-hit streak at home versus the Cubs. That's on the line.
A 3-1 pitch. And he walked him. Bases loaded. 1 out. Greg Garcia, the pinch hitter for Seth Maness. And a chance to win it here. Would this be something for the rookie?
He's done a good job of getting on base.
Sure has.
Sometimes it's painful. He's been hit twice. He's walked once as a pinch hitter. Did get his first major league hit on the road trip.
Some thrilling moments over the years, including this one. Gary Bennett back in 2006 with a walk-off grand slam on a Sunday night against Chicago.
Bennett had quite the weekend, the way I remember it. A couple game-winning base hits, and nothing better for a Chicago native to beat. A team he probably grew up rooting for. Greg Garcia is 2 for 10 as a pinch hitter. He's 1 for 1, 385 on base percentage.
Infield is drawn in, and Garcia shoots it foul. The outfield has to come way in as well, as Garcia is checking his bat.
Well, the Cubs are just bringing everybody. They're just hoping it's a line drive right at somebody. The outfielders have to be playing shallow enough that they can catch a ball and throw out the runner.
Bases loaded, and the 0-1 pitch to Garcia. Now it's 0-2.
Up there swinging. As a pinch hitter, one of the toughest jobs in all baseball. He's been sitting on that bench for more than 4.5 hours. Get this opportunity, and you're trying to control your breathing. Do it for Grandpa. Garcia, Greg's father, or excuse me, grandfather, just a tremendous baseball man. Managed at the big leagues, been a coach at the big leagues, done everything in the game.
I actually played for his team in Mexico that went to a Caribbean World Series one time.
Here's a 1-2 pitch to Garcia. And it hit him. It hit him. And that's how the game comes to a close. Hit by pitch, Garcia, and the Cardinals win it 4-3.
Third time he's been hit by a pitch in the few bats he's got up here, and now he's gotten his first shower, and it looks like the Ripper, what was that a couple years ago? Punto. The Shredder's back. It's all worth it now, isn't it, Dan? Cardinals win this one in 12 innings, 4-3. It's a five ball game, and the Cardinals persevere.
It just caught him. And again, Garcia hit by a pitch, and that's how the Cardinals win it. Hit by pitch, walk-off win as they take game 2. What a way to do it. Of all things, long night of baseball ends that way. We've got the post-game show, Missouri Lottery Cardinals live, and it comes your way next.